Huh. No, no, no. I'll just turn down. Ha 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 ha. Hey, hey, hey. One, two, 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 one, two, three, four, five, 6, 7. Okay, I am going to test the laptop audio. 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Got some audio happening here now.
I got to make it right for everyone concerned. Even if it's me, even if it's me, one's getting back. 'Cause I can never make you unhappy. No, I couldn't do that, girl. Only wish I could love you so. Makes it so, so very hard to go. So very hard to go. 'Cause I love you so. So very hard to go. I love you so. I knew the time would come. I'd have to pay for my mistake. I can't blame you for what you're doing to me, girl. Even though my heart aches. Your dreams have all come true, just the way you planned it. So I'll just step aside. I'm gonna step aside and lean and help in handed. 'Cause I can never make you unhappy. No, I couldn't do that, girl. Only wish I could love you so. Makes it so, so very hard to go. So very hard to go. 'Cause I love you so. I love you so. I could never make you unhappy. No, I couldn't do that, girl. Only wish I could love you so. Makes it so very hard to go. So very hard to go. 'Cause I love you so. I love you so. And it is easy to walk away when a man loves somebody.
Watch what alcohol does to stuck poop.
If your belly blows up like a balloon every time you eat, you have what doctors call a poop trap. It's where 15 pounds of poop is stuck in your body right now. But when you do this for 7 seconds, it all comes out.
This is the quickest way to clear out stuck poop.
Look at this. Everyone knows the colon has twists and turns, right? But what nobody talks about is this specific bend right here. Doctors call this the splenic flexure, but I call it the K-bend. It's the sharpest turn in your colon and exactly where poop gets stuck for millions of people. Here's what nobody tells you. This isn't just another curve. According to the Cleveland Clinic, this sharp bend is one of the most common places where waste and gas gets trapped, leading to bloating, pressure, and constipation for people everywhere. Watch what happens. When poop hits this K-bend, it has to make a hard turn. And unlike the other curves in your colon, this one acts like a speed bump that brings everything to a halt. The longer poop sits in this K-bend, the more water is absorbed from it, making it harder and drier, so it gets even more stuck. See, poop is like cement. As long as it keeps moving, it stays soft. But when it gets trapped at the K-bend, it hardens fast. And when 5, 10, even 15 pounds of waste backs up behind this blockage, your belly has nowhere to go but out. That's why you're bloated even though you barely ate, because your K-bend can't soften and push through the hardened poop on its own. And here's the worst part. Fiber makes it worse by adding more bulk to the traffic jam. Laxatives only push liquid around the blockage. Nothing actually gets your colon moving again at the K-bend. And the longer you wait, the worse it gets, especially as you get older. That's because your colon's muscles slow down as you age. That K-bend that might not have given you trouble when you were younger, it's now trapping more and more waste. Meanwhile, all that backed up waste makes you feel bloated, exhausted, and like you're carrying around extra weight. So what actually works? New York's top gastroenterologist, Dr. Gina Sam, discovered a simple 7-second morning ritual that finally solves the K-bend problem. First, it softens hardened waste right at this critical junction, then restores your colon's natural wave-like motion to push everything through the K-bend so you can clear up to 15 pounds of stuck poop and finally create complete, satisfying eliminations every morning. The result? Flat belly instead of that bloated, backed up feeling. Dr. Sam has made a short video where she'll show you exactly how to use this 7-second ritual from the comfort of your own home. Click below now to see exactly how to clear your K-bend in just 7 seconds a day. It's just a quick video that shows you exactly what to do. You won't have to put in your email or anything like that. Hey, don't let another day pass while you're backed up and uncomfortable. And don't let this hidden K-bend keep you dependent on laxatives, embarrassed by gas, and too uncomfortable to enjoy life. Click below now to discover the 7-second solution that's already helped thousands of people finally clear their K-bend and feel light and empty.
Old Spice Super Hydration keeps me 24/7 moisturized and smells like a Fiji vacation.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, sorry, gotta go. It's your mom. She just wanted my advice.
Why doesn't anyone ask me for skincare advice? Look, this is vitamin B3, skin conditioners.
Old Spice has all that stuff.
Ooh, can I try some?
Oops, looks like we're out of Old Spice.
Found the stroke. We done found the art stroke. Gonna go for broke. It ain't no joke.
If you sit down, push, and only a little poop comes out, you have what doctors call a poop cork. The Mayo Clinic confirms that stuck poop can cause these embarrassing skid marks in your undies. You see, when stuck poop causes a traffic jam in your colon, your bowels become too full, and as the pressure builds up, liquefied stool leaks around the stuck hard poop and stains your underwear. So how can you clear out all that stuck poop so that you don't have to worry about skid marks anymore? Well, do this to clear out stuck poop fast. Fiber helps you poop, right? Nope. What about drinking lots of water? Nope. Do this to clear out stuck poop fast. Kind of surprising, but diarrhea and constipation are the same thing. Weird, right? Most people think diarrhea and constipation are two different things, but the truth is, diarrhea is your body's desperate last-ditch attempt to get things moving again. The problem is, even though diarrhea is moving things along, not all of your poop cooperates and comes out. And the most stubborn poop gets left behind, stuck in the many twists and turns of your colon. That leftover poop acts like Velcro, grabbing onto new poop, causing it to pile up. As the poop pile dries and hardens, it forms a thick, rock-hard plug. And now you got a poop cork sealing your colon shut, trapping pounds of fermenting poop inside with nowhere to go. So, what do? Well, it's not gulping down fiber because that makes things worse. According to New York's top gut doctor, fiber just adds bulk and weight to a poop cork, and that's like adding more cars to a traffic jam. Don't take laxatives, choke down psyllium, or drink lots of water just to poop every morning. It's not the best way to unclog a poop cork. There's an easier way. It's called the 7-second poop method, created by Dr. Gina Sam, a top New York City gut doctor. She was one of the very first doctors to investigate the link between the health of our gut and our poop. And now she's going to show you her poop method for a satisfying full colon release that anyone can do at home. All you need is 7 seconds from the comfort of your bathroom, bedroom, or kitchen counter. So if you're feeling backed up, bloated, or even if you go every day but don't feel fully empty, tap the button below this video to see Dr.
You get in for free, you get a volunteer's lunch, as well as a volunteer t-shirt. So make sure you chat them up and ask them how to do this. Basically, if you show up tomorrow morning, I think it's 7 or 7:30, you too can be a volunteer. So check that out. In the meantime, we've got some K96.3, Kelowna's classic rock. By the way, let's give these guys a hand for racing for you and for themselves.
is a rookie this year. He's done autocross for over 7 years and time attack for the last 3 years. We'll have to see what he is able to run at his first outing here. Wishing him all the luck. Now we've got Jennifer Ocker pulling up in her hyper light, very bright 2004 Subaru WRX STI. And as you can hear from her warming the tires, it is definitely not stock. Her modifications are all the mods. It's literally done. It has got everything. Her main sponsor, PRE Racing out of Portland, Oregon. She has been at Knox Mountain now. This is, I believe, her 7th or 8th year here. Very fast. She's run a 1:52.007. That is absolutely screaming on this mountain. She started in 2009 when her husband bought this STI as a daily driver. Looks like it's definitely still a daily driver.
All right, Jennifer Ocker getting ready to head up the hill. So that's a very slick system that between shifts, her motor is spinning up her turbo between shifts, and that's what you hear popping off. So super cool technology. That's like the highest tech you can get on Subarus apparently. So yeah, super cool car.
On the line now in his BMW M3, Andre Marziali. He's definitely not a rookie. He's been here for 13 years. Also another very, very fast car, running a 1:48.316 as his personal best in 2019. He'd like to thank Greg Petrosky for his Alrighty, all of you initial D fans know what car this is. Of course, it's a AE86 Toyota Corolla. He says, under modification, yes, in brackets, haha. His sponsor is GTS Racing, and his additional sponsors, Tuner Works, Performance Shop in Calgary for Porsche, Audi, and Mercedes. His head mechanic is Kevin Lee. He's been at Knox Mountain now for 8 years. His personal best in 2025 last year, so he ran a 2:03.343, which is actually not bad. Anything around the 2-minute mark is cooking pretty good up this mountain, so anything you see below that is pretty fast. He'd like to thank Tuner Works in Calgary. Just some technical difficulties here. Just bear with us. All right, Dave Stevenson, we're just running into a little technical difficulty with his information, but he is on his way up the hill here momentarily. In the 2002 Subaru 2.5 RS is what I got here. Oh, he's already gone, okay. Now we got Brett Haviland on the line. He's coming out of Chilliwack, BC. He's in a 1993 Dodge Colt. He's got a 4G63 all-wheel drive swap from an Evo 1 in there. It's his first year at the hill climb, so let's see what he's able to do. All right, now we've got Richard Arnsdale on the line in his 1998 Dodge Viper. As a former Speed Vision World Challenge car, so you might have seen this on TV back in the days. Car has been fully refreshed over the past 2 years as it sits now. 2017, he ran a 212, and looks like it may have been in a 1998 Dodge Neon. This car definitely able to do more than a 2-minute run up the hill. He'd like to thank all of his racing friends. Oh, what a nice guy. Started racing autocross in 2007 with the Vancouver Motorsports Club. Attended the U.S. Solo Nationals in Lincoln. Started road racing with Chump Cars. All right, we got Stephen Percival on the line in his Datsun 1200. Sorry, 91 Honda Civic. Started racing a Mission in 2021 with road racing, drag racing, and demolition derby. He's raced at Mission and Area 27 and also Spokane. I'd like to thank his fam jam. Coming out of Salmo, BC. Let's see what his first run's like. Mike Marich, U1. Very beautiful 2015 Porsche GT3 Cup car. Absolutely phenomenal car. He started autocrossing with the Vancouver Motorsports Club. He's done some racing with Lucky Dog and Area 27. This GT3 Cup car is completely stock, so it'll be nice to see what kind of times a completely stock GT3 can run up the hill here. He's 49 years old, coming out of Vancouver, BC. His hobbies, racing. And Justine Boyer pulling up in her 1991 Mazda Miata. She's got upgraded to the 1.8 liter engine from the 1.6. She's got coilovers and accompanying chassis stiffening and headers and exhaust system. Some EBC brakes on that. She's ran a personal best in 2024 of 2:21.679 in the same exact car. She says she started racing. She blames her father, who I love very much. She's participated in lapping days at Area 27 and Mission Raceway Park. Drag racing at Thunder Mountain. She's done a lot of local autocross events as well. She's also co-owner of Classified Motorsports. And now one of my personal favorite cars here, a C5 Corvette 2004 of Greg Kavoris Jr. He's been racing 5 years here at Knox Mountain. Also a pretty fast car. He's been 152.489 last year in that car. He's raced karts for over 20 years. Got back into road racing in 2020 after taking the SSBC driver training. He'd also like to thank all the volunteers at the Knox Mountain Hill Climb, on and around the hill. Now we've got this 1980 Porsche 911 coming up. If you think it doesn't sound quite right, that's because it's running a Honda K24 turbo swap. So that's right, it's got a Honda engine in his Porsche. 2 years previously at Knox, his best run so far is a 2:05 with a 9. Started drifting, drag racing, and track days when he was 17 years old. So licensed for 6 minutes and then started racing. Love it. Let's see if Jesse White can do better than a 2:05 with a 9 this year. a car I know pretty well, as I do a lot of Canadian National Rally stuff here in British Columbia and Alberta. Nick Wood, in his 1971 Datsun 1200, he has done a lot of modifications of this car and has been refining it for a few years now. He's looking to best a 202. He's racing in the GTU class. Started racing in 1990 in autocross in England. In 2022, he won the Canadian National Two-Wheel Drive Rally Championship. His main sponsor is KRR Kamloops Race and Rally. He is 54 years old, coming out of Kamloops, BC, and he is a fabricator. Now we've got 54-year-old Nathan Robinson coming out of Coquitlam, BC. He's in a beautiful 2001 Honda S2000. He's a rookie. He started racing in Mission 3 years ago. Got his full license for racing. Awesome.
So we've got a red flag on the course. We've got a car number, we believe, 224. Sorry. Oops, 224 is on the line. Sorry, car number 237, Nick Wood in the rally car. Don't have any details. We'll pass them on as soon as I get them. Okay, the car is apparently continuing up the hill. So Nick Wood in the Datsun 1200 rally car is on his way back up the hill, but he was off and back on again. So good to know Nick Wood is well, and the car is on its way up the hill. Hey, Steph, it's Uncle Matt. Steph, it's Uncle Matt. Come to the announcing trailer that's just down from you.
So we're just doing a little track cleanup after Nick's off, and then we will get back underway shortly. In the meantime, if you're looking to get a cold beverage or a snack, check out all the vendors in our infield and our beer tent. All right, while we're waiting, let's just thank our sponsors. Of course, our title sponsor, Leavitt Machinery. The title sponsor for our event has been for quite a few years now. They do also have a booth in the infield if you want to go check it out and, get in touch with them. If you got to, do your eaves troughs or do anything high up, they can, get everything you need to lift you up. Also, Kelowna Chrysler, they're also a sponsor for us this year. They've supplied 4 vehicles, 3 trucks and a car for our clerks. They also sponsor the video wall. Orchard View Builders, they of course sponsor our car show and have for a few years now. So they do social media support, website support. They support our car show and do all that stuff. So big thanks to those guys. And of course, K96.3 Kelowna's classic rock. Those, when we're shut down in here, that's who you're listening to all day here. And if you wanted something to listen to that's good classic rocks, K96.3 is the go-to. They will be here for both days. And Sunbelt Rentals, they are providing all the fencing you fine folks are leaning on, trying to get ever so close to those race cars going up the hill. Also, Mario's Towing, for supplying all the tow trucks. Like Matt was saying earlier, Mario's Towing's been sponsoring this for a long time now. They get all the manpower, fuel at no charge to us, which is great. We love those guys. And Concast, they provide all of the concrete barriers and move all those things around for us while they're here. Those guys are awesome as well. And I'd like to give a shout out to the city of Kelowna. They've been behind us now for many, 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 many years. Over 60. We'd also like to thank Rogers Communications, providing all of our internet and cable services for here the event this weekend. Fraser Way RV, providing the trailers for the booth I'm sitting in, and of course the timing booth across the way. And it looks like we are just about ready to get underway again. And I'm told the car on the line, we are ready to go. Of course, this is Nathan Robinson out of Coquitlam, BC, in that 2001 Honda S2000.
On the line is Charles Andre, driving his 1982 Renault R5 with the R5 turbo replica package kind of on it, and he's running Honda power in it. So a very interesting car that he's built. He's 65 years old and a member of the, he's from Victoria, BC, Duncan, BC, and a member of the Victoria Motorsports Club. He's an actor and stunt coordinator. He likes racing and music. The car is, as I said, a 1982 Renault R5. Most of you haven't seen this. The original Renault R5 had 3 lug nuts. That's it, 3. The car was so underpowered, it literally had 3 lug nuts, and my brother owned one of those. His best time ever at Knox was a 2:08 set back in 2013 in a 1979 Pontiac Trans Am, of which I've got lots of memories in those, having had 4 of them. Lots of fun. Charles Andre on his way up the hill, trying to beat a 2:08. This is Dave Lockwood, 59 years old and a member of the Sports Car Club of BC from Langley. He's self-employed and enjoys racing. The car is a 2006 Nissan 350Z, and he only lists coilovers as his only mod, but you never know. We'll see. He's sponsored by Hydro Fanatics, Racing Greed, and his mechanic is Barry Petitus, pardon me. 2 years at Knox. His best was set last year, turned a 2:09.322. in the same car. He said he started racing when he was 20 years old, so a 30-year racing career. He says he raced stock cars for 20 years and then he moved into this type of car racing, sports car racing. So Dave Lockwood from Langley, looking to improve on that 209. This is Matt Jasmine, 29 years old, from Sherwood Park, Alberta, and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club. He's an electrician who likes racing and drinking beer. Good combination, just not at the same time. The car is a 1996 Honda Civic, and he lists his mods as lots. 3 years racing at Knox, his best time was set last year. He turned a 2:07.963. He started racing back in 2020 doing ice racing, and since then he's also added road racing to that. And he said the best thing about last year is he did not crash. And I believe Matt is sharing this car with Matt Sinfield. So that's the Matt car. By the way, my name, Matt. This is Bjorn Trapp. The car is a 2019 Polaris Slingshot. Now, if you know slingshots, you'll know they're a three-wheeled motorcycle. He's done a bullet speed four-wheel conversion on it. He's also got ZZ Performance Stage 2 Turbo, and it's a 2.4-liter Ecotec crate engine in this Polaris Slingshot. So lots and lots and lots of mods. His best time so far was set back in 2016 in a different car. He turned a 157.030 in a 1932 Dwarf. So very small, think oval track type car. There's actually some similar, if you look across the track, in the pre-grid area, the two cars at the back, the green and white, similar. Not the same thing, but similar. So again, Bjorn Trapp, 55 years old, from Enderby, BC, trying to beat a 157. This is Dean Warren Drysdale. Maybe we can shorten that to Dean Drysdale? I don't know. Somebody can let us know. He's 42 years old, from Edmonton. He's driving a sports racer. This is a 2007 Radical. They've got an entire series for these cars. They race them down at Area 27, among other places throughout North America. He is a rookie here at Knox Mountain, first time ever. He started racing motocross as a child, then drag racing at 18, then he started road racing at 25. He's also done some, I don't know how to pronounce this, T-O-G-U-E, Tuge, shifter kart racing as well. He says, I'm the co-owner of Pro Circuit Racing. We rent cars and do group events with track driving lessons at Strawberry Creek Raceway. He's competed in autocross, motocross, as well as numerous track days at Strawberry Creek Raceway. Basil Santamaria in his 2006 Honda Civic SI from Sydney, Australia, 29 years old, and he's a member of the Western Canadian Ice Racing Association. He lists his mods as a coilover suspension and a stock engine, the mighty Honda K20. He wants to thank his loving wife and Boost Barn Motorsports. Also Team Hayton for letting him use the car. So Basil Santamaria in a rented car because he's from Sydney, Australia, and he didn't want to ship his own. Basil's been here many times in the past. Great to have Basil back. I ran into his dad, I believe, at a show and shine last year. Basil's had 5 years racing at Knox. His best ever is a 150.401. And that was set last year in a white Subaru STI. I was going to say, I was sure he was an STI guy. This is Mike Thorne, 47 years old, a member of ERC, a car club I do not know, from Edmonton, Alberta. Edmonton Rally Club, maybe? Edmonton Race Club? Anyway, somebody will let me know. He's a mechanic who likes fishing. A 2005 Honda Accord, a 3.7-liter V6 engine, coilover suspension, and a whole bunch of aero, wing, diffuser, flat bottom, front splitter. Sponsored by Drive1 at telus.net and Jeff Auto Repair. And he's a rookie here for the first time. Nice to have you here, Mike Thorne. He says he started out as a hooligan on Vancouver Island, driving dangerously on back roads. Now he's wised up and does it all on racetracks. He apparently has the endurance lap record at Rad Torque E1 in 2026. He says he's also the only person that has lost a wheel and tire at Strawberry Creek, and they couldn't find it. How do you lose a tire and wheel racing and then not be able to find it? Here's another regular here at Knox Mountain. This is David Naveau, 25 years racing here. He set a personal best 2 years ago with a 154.909. The car is a 1937 Chevy sedan replica with a body removal. It's actually a Legends car originally, which are the other two on the other side I was pointing out earlier. This is a Legends car, but he stripped it down and turned it into a hill climb specific race car. He's running a Yamaha FJ 1250cc motor, overboard to 1328, Makuni carb, stripped the body, added the wings and Hoosier tires, so it's full-on race car. Best time ever, a 154.909. Looking to improve on that, David Naveau, 68 years old from Surrey and a member of the Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club and CACC. He is in film and video. He started out doing snowmobile drag racing, oval racing, and all of this was done in Williams Lake back in 1983. And then he did 28 years racing the Legends cars, like what he has with stock Legend cars, oval, road racing. Then he got into autocross and now hill climb. He'd like to thank Rick Naveau, Tim Coughlin, Gord McMartin, Willie Vass, and Chris Roger. There's a real legend. The car, not the driver. This is Gord Finney, 46 years old, a member of the BC Legends Club from Abbotsford, and he's a quality rep. The car is a Legends class car of a 1937 Ford sedan. He's running the stock FZ09 engine, which is spec class. So this is a spec class of cars. You can run a couple of different bodies on them. His mechanic is Dusty Hallcrow, and it's his second year at Knox Mountain. He said the first time was in an RX-7 too long ago to remember. He actually started racing when he was 17 with his older brother at Mission Raceway doing road racing. So Gordon Finney looking to improve. No, he's just looking to have fun. We don't have a time on him. Another one of our legends, this is Bob Finney, probably related to the Finney that went before him. 42 years old and a member of the BC Legends Club from Abbotsford. And this one is a replica of a 34 Chevy. And he is a rookie here at Knox Mountain. He started racing in 2018 on the road course at Mission in a 1983 Mazda RX-7 in the IP2 class. Well, welcome, Bob Finney, and thanks for bringing your legend out. Enjoy the hill climb. And we don't have the appropriate details on this driver. It appears to be car 77, but we've got Bob Boyer as car 77, and I know that's not Bob Boyer in a Datsun 510 V8. So if somebody knows the information on this driver or Bob Boyer's information, please come let us know. Anyway, this is another one of our Legends cars, so thank you to all the Legends drivers who have showed up at Knox this year. This is the first time bringing them en masse. Wayne Goodwin, another Legends driver, 52 years old, a member of the Vintage Racing Club and the Sports Car Club of BC from Chilliwack. This is a replica of a 34 Ford, whereas one of the other was a 34 Chev. And this is a legal legend car. He's sponsored by Goodwin's Greenhouses, and his mechanic is Jenny Goodwin. I would assume that's his wife. And he's a rookie here this year, but he did start racing 25 years ago, doing demolition derbies, as well as lately more oval track and lucky dog racing. And then he's also started doing some endurance racing as well. He was the oval wheel champ for 2025 in the Sports Car Club of BC Legends class. So very cool. Hundreds of hours in endurance racing, he says. And the best thing about last year is that he was voted the Sportsmanship Award of the Year. So Sportsman Award of the Year for the Sports Car Club of BC goes to Wayne Goodwin. Great to have you here, Wayne. Here's another one of our semi-long-term drivers, and you've seen him around for the last bunch of years in this car. This is Roger Sieber, 43 years old, from the Edmonton Rally Club, lives up in Fort McMurray. He's a performance product manager. The car is a 2017 Hayabusa car, which is basically a completely custom-built car on a Hayabusa motor that is turbocharged. He says basically it's a custom-built go-kart on steroids. He is sponsored by Reboot Racing, Edge Painting Company, and Lakeview Equipment. He's raced 13 years at Knox, and his best time was set in 2023. He did a 1:49.894. So very, very fast time. That would have been a top 3 likely in 2023, top 5 at the worst. He started autocrossing in 2003. He's been involved in rally, mini stock, and endurance racing. And he did set records when in SP3 in 2015 and 14, and first in Formula Libre in 2017. And if you've ever been here before, say in the last 30 years, you would recognize this car and the driver. This is Alan Reed from Kelowna, the orchardist. He's a member, kind of the head of the Knox Mountain Motorsports Club. The car is a 1970 MGB GT V8, completely home built by Brian Browning, with a little bit of help from Alan. Not much, but a little bit. It is a tube frame chassis with a 9-inch Ford rear end, a 5-speed, and then he's got a 4.6 aluminum block Rover V8 engine, putting out 450 horsepower in a car that weighs, 2,000-ish pounds. It's probably just slightly heavier than my Cobra. He is the owner of Hazeldale Orchards. Also sponsored by Centerpoint Automotive, owned by Brian Browning. He's been racing since 1987, so one of our longest term drivers here at Knox. His best time ever was a 1:49.704. So super quick time. He sits in the top 10 ever of fastest drivers at Knox. He set the old GTO record in 2004 with a 1:49.704, and it was held until 2016. So for 12 years, Alan held that record. Of course, that was beating out the time my Cobra set racing against him in 1999 when I set when the car set a 1:55. He would like to thank his wife Wendy, his buddy Brian Browning, and of course his family. And of course, the best thing that happened last year was his granddaughter who was born, Sina Reed. Anyway, that's Alan Reed on his run, last car of this run group. Of course, we're going to have another run group coming up right after this.
Alrighty, while we're in this little bit of an intermission here, I'm just going to quickly thank all the sponsors. Of course, our title sponsor, Leavitt Machinery. Those guys have been sponsoring us now for quite a few years. Glad to have those guys here. Of course, they have a booth in the infield by the car show there. You want to go check those guys out if you need anything. If you need to lift yourself up, if you just need a little boost, go see those guys. Love to thank Kelowna Chrysler. They also are sponsoring our video wall, and they also gave us 4 vehicles to use for the weekend, 3 trucks and a car. Thanks to those guys. Appreciate those guys. Orchard View Builders. They are also, they're sponsoring the car show this year, and they have in the past as well. They also, are all of our social media support, website support. Thanks to those guys. And of course, while we're waiting, we're always listening to K96.3 Kelowna's Classic Rock. They provide our free on-air advertising, numerous on-air mentions throughout their shows, and the event crews and all the hill both days. Love those guys. Sunbelt Rentals, keeping all of you folks safe behind the fencing. And of course, Mario's Towing. They supply the tow trucks for the event, flatbeds, manpower, fuel, all at no charge, and they've done that for decades now. Those guys are awesome. Concast, providing the concrete barriers, for turn 4 and such like that, and all the dangerous spots, and they move everything around for us. Love those guys. The City Kelowna and Regional District, over 60 years they've been supporting this event. Rogers Communications, providing all the internet and cable services. Fraser Way RV, of course, for providing the 2 trailers, the one I'm sitting in right now and the timing trailer on the other side of the start line. Pacific Western Fire Prevention. Anything like that. And then, of course, we would love to thank Applewood Performance. They are also one of our videos. The runs going up the hill. Infotel Multimedia. They do our online advertising. It's great to have all of these sponsors on board. We could not do it without them. Would love to thank Waste Connections, providing all the waste bins and servicing all of those for us. Also like to thank Area 27 Motorsports Park. They supplied the pace car for on track and a booth in the car show. They have that as well. If you want to go check out Area 27, of course, south of us, those guys have an awesome racetrack down there. If you ever get a chance to go down there and check it out, I would highly advise it. I'd like to thank Classified Motorsports. They are also a video wall sponsor, and they have a booth in the car show. Make sure you go check them out. They do custom car work here in Kelowna. And then Ewald Performance. Brake pad donation for auction on Sunday after the event, as well as a cash sponsorship. ProTail Industries. They also are providing us, with that video wall, doing us sponsorship for that. Artisan Roofing. They provide Ford F-350s that's on the course with the water tank. In case everything, God forbid something happens and we catch on fire, we have fire prevention provided by them. Interstate Batteries. They're providing all of these batteries for the timing and all that stuff on the hill for the weekend as well. High-Speed Communications. It's a local internet company since 2005. They're providing internet, TV, and telephone service. They also have a wireless for remote areas and cable and fire in town. They're great. Wheeling Waterworks Consulting. They are also another video wall sponsor. The video wall has been an absolute great addition to the Knox Mountain Hill Climb because you get to see a little bit of what you're hearing, and it's quite a good addition. We're going to also thank Stroma Sign for providing all the decaling on our official cars, and Tree of Life for lunches for our army of volunteers. It's a lot of work. As a former volunteer on some of the turns here, if a lot of guys are dipping their tires in the dirt, you're sweeping all day, can make you hungry. So, big thanks to those. Thanks to Old Dutch Food. They give us potato chips. We love those potato chips. And Boost Bar and Motorsports, also sponsoring the video wall as well. Vitor Performance Tires, they're here. They're doing a sponsorship of us as well. First time I think they've been here. And Dale Nesty Motorsports for supplying the trophies. That's the major prize here this weekend is you get to take one of those home. If you do, then you're doing it right. And now we'll just bring you back to K96.3 and for your ear pleasure listening.
well as a donation for the event. So thank you to Sunbelt Rentals Canada. Towing for men, flatbeds, as well as all the manpower and fuel at no charge. By the way, we did mention we're short 2 lunches here for the crew in the announcing trailer. We're short 2 lunches. Also, thanks to Concast, they provided concrete barriers. The City of Kelowna and the Regional District allow us to use Knox Mountain Park every year. Either side of the line. Of course, one that I'm in here, this bullet, and the bullet on the other side as well. So again, thanks. Pacific Prevention provides fire extinguishers for all of our worker stations on the track. Applewood Performance provided a cash sponsorship for our video wall. Waste Connections of Canada provided all the waste of them. Area 27 Motorsports for on track for our pace driver Bruce. They've also got a booth in the infield as well. Classified Motorsports provided a cash sponsorship for our video wall, and they've got a booth in the car show as well. Ewald Performance, a brake pad donation for our auction on Sunday after the event during our auction, as well as a cash sponsorship. Thanks again to Frank at Ewald Performance driving the Nissan NX. And we are back racing again, so we will get back to our live coverage. MP. 51 years old and a member of the Knox Mountain Motorsports Club from Maple Ridge, BC. He's in construction. His hobbies are literally anything Honda related. He got, I don't know, I think they counted 11, I think they told me last night, 11 Hondas. A couple of NSXs, as well as mostly early CRXs and Civics. Hugh, you want to talk Honda? Go talk to Jerry. He's driving a 1990 CRX SI with a B18 swap. His best time ever was back 8 years ago. He turned a 156.084 racing in the SPX2 class. He's currently racing this 1990 CRX in the M5 class. He started racing autocross back in 1998 and then started doing the hill climb in 2001. So he's a regular here. 21 years of racing at Knox. He would like to thank all of the volunteers for keeping this event running and keeping us safe. Thanks to David Street and all the organizers for working hard to keep the event running. Thanks to Adrian Tash from Tash Bespoke Auto Styling for wrapping his car. Also thanks to Christina, his girlfriend, for helping and supporting his racing and pushing me to start working on the car earlier than 2 months before the event. I think that's a thing for a lot of people. This is old family friend Cam Thorkelson racing in a 1998 Caterham S3. We used to be neighbors out in the Mission. He's a member of the Victoria Motorsports Club and from Victoria, BC. He's a retired Midas muffler owner. He's looking to improve on a 157.552. Started racing back in 1975 with the Okanagan Auto Sports Club, which is the original club that started the Knox Mountain Hill Climb before we even came to Knox Mountain. We had raced in both the west side, excuse me, and in Lake Country before we actually came to Knox Mountain in 1966. So that was Cam Thorkelson. Callie, you're not getting the car numbers? Sorry? 259. Thank you. This is one of our event sponsors, Frank Ewald from G-Lock Brakes. 66 years old, racing that NX 1600 with the Honda K24 engine swap. And then he's also running an RSX Acura 6-speed transmission and a whole bunch of other fun things. He's looking to improve on a 202.65. So far, his practice run this morning was a 225.376. Just breaking the tires in, getting used to the track. On the line is Wade Pollock, 31 years old, from Kelowna, a member of the OPDA, Okanagan Performance Driving Association, I believe. Driving a 1992 Honda Civic with his wife behind him, Amanda Shuffles. He's been racing since he's been racing for 4 years. Best time set last year, no, 2 years ago. 2 minutes flat, .703 in 24. He was introduced to autocross, and that's when he got hooked. Since then he's been doing road racing, time attack, and autocross. And he's been running in the Max 4 class in that 92 Civic. He'd like to thank his wife, Amanda, who's just pulling up to the line now, and his dogs. They may not hear him. On the line, one of our lady drivers. This is Amanda Shuffles, 30 years old, a member of OPDA as well, from Kelowna. Again, married to Wade, who's just gone ahead of her. The car is a 1994 Honda Civic, racing in the SPX1 class. She's done a B16A motor swap, sponsored by Second Gen Racing and Overtime Repair. 4 years racing at Knox, just like Wade. She's sitting at a 2:10.3 as her best time ever. She started autocrossing in 2016, then transitioned into road racing and time attack. She says, I race whenever I can. My wallet is the only thing stopping me. So if you want to sponsor, her and her husband, get in touch with them. She wants to thank Wade and her family and her sponsors. Pulling up is Sherry Anthony, 30 years old as well. She's a member of Speed Fanatics from Kelowna. She likes racing, rock climbing, hiking, and kayaking. The car is a 2006 Nissan 350Z, full custom. The car is also drifted as well as road raced and hill climbed. Her best time at Knox is a 2:06.1 set last year. She's raced here for 3 years. The car is crewed by Logan Noel and Elliot Lemon. She said the first official time on track was 2021. And she says, I just love to go fast. She's also done drifting, ice racing, road rallying, rally cross, autocross, and go-karts. We still don't have the right car. Sorry? We don't have the right car. Yeah, old. Okay, so we've got old information on Kyle Krunick. Can you get a new media sheet to us, please? 40 years old, from Abbotsford, a service manager. He used to race in a 2003 Acura RSX, but this is not that. But he didn't tell us what this is, so we're just going to wait. He was a rookie last year, so this will be his second year at Knox. He would like to thank Honda for making the best front-wheel drive cars. His practice run this morning was a 2:27.306. Looking to improve on that. This is Kevin Wall from Port Coquitlam, BC. This is the first year his mother hasn't showed up to volunteer as race control. She's a 40-year plus volunteer at Knox Mountain as well. And so we miss Sherry Wall. Wish you were here. Kevin Wall is celebrating an anniversary with his wife, Bonnie Wall, who also occasionally, well, not occasionally, couldn't race this weekend because they broke the car last weekend racing at Mission. So sad that Bonnie's not racing, but she is here and celebrating, I believe it's 17 years together. So congratulations, Kevin and Bonnie Wall. His car is a 1989 Honda CRX, sponsored by Driver's Edge Autosport and Second Gen Racing. His mechanic, he says, is his wife, Bonnie. 6 years racing at Knox, his best time ever, set in 2023. He turned a 2:04.968. And he says he actually started racing back when he was 15 doing ice racing. He's done Knox, Mission Raceway, ice racing, and Barnes Lake. Sherry Wall is actually at home watching this broadcast on YouTube. And she just said to say thank you. Well, we miss you, Sherry. You should have come. This is Aaron Schmidt from Kelowna. 4th year racing at Knox. It's been about 9 years since he's been back. Great to have him back. Thank you for coming, Aaron. It's a 1989 Honda Civic. Lots of high-end stuff in this. Titanium trunnion valves, carbon fiber intake. Like just, yeah, well done. He says, and it still makes 91 horsepower. He is in search of sponsors, preferably somebody who's like a quality coffee roaster or an organic vegetable grower. Get in touch with him. His best time in the car is a 2:07.879. Currently, his practice run was a 2:13.843. Juan Garcia on the line. Come on, load up. What's going on? There we go. Sorry, slow internet. Juan Garcia from Fort St. John, driving a 1991 Nissan GTR, running a large 3-liter block, a single Borg-Warner EFR turbo, running approximately 700 horsepower, and it's connected to an 8-speed paddle shift transmission. And then again, lots of titanium on this. Really well done built car. Best time previously, set last year, a 1:58.246. Currently sits at a 2:07.023 for his practice run this morning. 20 years of autocross, track days, and then time attack. So looking to improve on that 2:07, maybe a personal best in it for this weekend. Good luck to Juan Garcia. This is Steve Percival. No, it's not. I grabbed the wrong one. I'm like, that's not a Nissan 1200. This is Brian Smith, 56 years old, from Bellingham, Washington. He's an aerospace engineer, but he's retired. The car is a 2018 Chevrolet Camaro ZL1. This is the big boy. He's got a CMS bolt-in 4-point roll cage, Sparco race seats, 5-point harness, Giro disc brake rotors and pads, and Hoosier tires. It's his 2nd year at Knox Mountain. Set a best time last year of a 2:04.4, currently sitting at a 2:10.138. He said he started racing in 2024 with Proformance high-performance track days, then doing open track days, Maryhill Loops hill climb, and then track attack at the Ridge Motorsports. He would like to thank Prova Motorsports. And he said the best thing about last year was being here, having a great time, and meeting some really awesome people. So great to have Brian Smith back. This is another one of my favorite cars, the Mazda Miata. I've had 10 of them. This is David Gray, 64 years old, from the Calgary Sports Car Club. Yeah, I'm a bit of a fanatic, I know. From Calgary. He is retired. The car is a 1992. That means it's got the 1.6 in it. It is built to the spec Miata specifications. So spec class racing is you take one make and model of car, and then everybody builds their car to specific rules in that class. And that's what this has been done for. The Mazda Miata is the single most popular raced car in the world, period. It's raced more often on a weekend than any other car. First timer here at Knox is David. He would like to thank his wife. This is Greg Petrosky, 38 years old, and a member of Speedy Goat Motorsports from Oliver, and he's a mechanical engineer. The car is a 2001 Subaru Impreza 2.5 RS. Did I mention it's fast? Really fast. A 154.520 set last year. Yeah, Greg can really move this thing. It's got a built STI block and tons of really fancy built stuff in it. Vipec engine management, a Garrett GTX turbo, bunch of STI drivetrain, Cusco differentials, and on the list goes. Carbon fiber, everything. Yeah, very cool car. 6 years racing at Knox. And again, trying to beat a 154.520. His best time earlier today, a 202.089. So starting off quickly. In fact, maybe one of our faster cars so far. Let me just take a quick look. Yeah, that's one of our quickest cars of the day. We do have a sub 2 minute run. That was Alan Reed with a 159.759. Everything else looks to be, oh no, here we go. We've also got Aaron Najjar, a 155.323. So we got a few quick cars. And the Hayabusa car as well. Also did a 155. On the line is Charlie Smith, 26 years old, from Penticton, driving a 2002 Subaru WRX, and is a first-timer here at Knox Mountain. He is sponsored by Avion Motorsports and the Penticton Speedway. Avion Motorsports and my father helped me on all those late nights getting the car together. He started out doing stage rally racing, then he's done some oval track, karting, and road course racing. He actually started racing when he was 10 years old doing oval track. So super cool. You know, if your kids are interested in racing, a driver's license doesn't, isn't the prerequisite to go racing. In some instances it is, but for the most part, you can get your kids into racing if they're into it. His best time earlier today was a 2:22. This is Matt Sinfield, 33 years old, a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club from Sherwood Park, Alberta. He's a VP of IT for the Alberta Motor Association. The car is a 1997 Honda Civic. His mods include tires, brakes, suspension, sway bars, and he's got a V6 out of an Acura TL. And he says they had to go to the V6 after blowing up the J30 after last year's event. He says, oh, and it's got a turbo. Mechanicing on the car is himself, Matt Jasmine, and Jesse White. He says it takes a family to keep this, well, this junker running. That wasn't the word he used, but something box. A poo box, yes, to keep his poo box running. On the line is Cornelius Rempel, 33 years old, from Abbotsford, BC, racing in the U2 class. He is a rookie here at Knox, and the car is a 1996 Honda Civic. He's running a H2B engine swap, which is the H22 engine with a B-Series gearbox. His time this morning was a 2:16.196. He's running a rally spec polycarbonate windows, full roll cage, adjustable suspension. It's basically a rally spec car. His hobbies are cars, and he's in construction. He started racing in 2016 doing rallycross. Since then, he's moved to autocross and track days at Mission Raceway. He would like to thank Dave Stevenson, who's also racing here this weekend. This is Brian Sinfield, been racing at Knox for 10 years, but this is the second year he's brought out this RWB Porsche. It's a 1980 with the RWB body kit, but do you think it has a Porsche engine in it? You'd be wrong. He's running a turbocharged Honda K24 engine. Brian Sinfield is 78 years old and out of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, living in Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. He is sponsored by Speed Tech Racing Development. As I mentioned, 10 years at Knox. His best time was set back in 2017. He turned a 2:05.267, and that was back in a turbocharged Mazda Miata. He started racing in 1967 at the Edmonton International Speedway. He raced Corvairs as well in the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club's street stock class. He's a many-time ice racing champion, auto slalom champion, and national solo board member. He would like to thank Jesse White for sharing his car. This is Norman Hayton, 44 years old, from Surrey, BC, and a member of the Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club. He's a mining engineer. He likes cars, autocross, gardening, and his kids. The car is a 2006 Honda Civic SI, listed as the mods as engine, intake, header, exhaust tune, suspension, coilovers, camber, sway bar, sticky tires. He's sponsored by racegear.ca, Boost Barn Motorsports, and DG Motorsports and Lordco. 4 years at Knox, his best time ever is a 2:02.646. So far today, a 2:06.861. So about 4 seconds off on just his practice run. So, well, yeah, it's going to be a good weekend for Norman Hayton, I think. He would like to thank his wife for wrangling the kids while he races. He said the best thing about last year is that he got to race on 8 different tracks in BC, Washington, and Alberta, and he said 4 of them were his first time ever. This is Don Smith, 37-year-old from Edmonton and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club and WCMA. His practice run this morning, 2 seconds faster of his personal best. Turned to 2:08.163 2 years ago. Now sitting at a 2:06.669. Again, a practice run, but still the potential is there, very obviously. He started racing back in 2018 at Strawberry Creek. He'd like to thank his business partners for giving him time off so he could race. The car is a 1993 BMW 325, and it's modeled after the BMW... shoot, now I lost the name of it. Art cars, yeah. BMW art cars. Google that sometime, and you will see something very similar. And that's what that's modeled after, is the BMW art car. Thank you, Ian, for being my brain. So Don Smith with a well, it's technically not a personal best because it is a practice run, but I think he's still got it somewhere in there. This is Matt Jasmine, 29 years old, from Sherwood Park, member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club. He likes racing and drinking beer, not at the same time. Driving a 1996 Honda Civic, just lists lots of modifications. 3 years he's been at Knox. He's turned to 2:07.963 last year. Already, well, he's down to his practice run, a 2:25.537. He started ice racing back in 2020, and then he's moved over to road racing and ice racing. Oh, still ice racing, okay. The best thing about last year is not crashing. On the line is Julian Pascoal, 36 years old, from Edmonton and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club.
He's looking to beat a personal best this weekend of 2 minutes, 0.67. Racing in GTM. Started go-kart racing at 7 years old, so he's no stranger to being fast behind the wheel. He's done karting, ice racing, road racing, and lapping at autocross events. Everything but rally. Well, he's got son Mac.
Sorry, mic issues here. Kyle Reimerchuk on the line. From Lake Country, BC, lives just actually, their business is just down the road from us. Knox Mountain Motorsport Park is the club he belongs to, 37 years old. It's a 1991 Honda CRX, racing 3 years at Knox, turned a 218 838 back in 2011 in a Datsun 510. Currently sitting at a 227 703 in his practice run. Kyle Reimerchuk from Lake Country. This is Evan Pruss, 26 years old, from Red Deer and a member of the Calgary Kart Racing Club. He's racing in the vintage class in this super cool 1972 Chevrolet Corvette C3. Love this car. That's a full-out race car. Love it. Sponsored by Ticker Tape Racing, Overdrive Motorsports, and he does Mike Pruss does all the work on the car. And he is a rookie here, Evan, at Knox Mountain. Welcome, Evan. Great to have you here. And you know what? Anytime you can get a V8 on the line, I'm really happy. It makes me smile. I don't know about you guys. I'm an old fart, so yeah, V8s are my fun thing. He started karting back in 2019 after a lifelong obsession. He is only 26. Lifelong. No, when you're 65, you can say lifelong. Lifelong obsession with all things cars and motorsports. He's been hanging at the drag strip since he was a kid. He's 26. He's still a kid. Come on, you guys. And he says that's where the obsession began. He says he would like to thank everyone who helped him grow as a racer and all the friends I've made along the way. Who is this guy? That's what you say when you're 65, not when you're 26. Anyway, Evan Pruss, welcome to Knox Mountain. Great to have you here. You said 207? No. Yes, 207. We've got Alan Reed's car there listed. What? Who? No. For Corey Usick. We have Alan Reed's information in there for Corey Usick, like all the car stuff. Okay, we don't have a media sheet for Corey, or it hasn't been updated, I guess. Corey Usick from Edmonton, Alberta, Northern Alberta Sports Car Club. I'm getting in trouble here. I'm supposed to know this, that we didn't get this updated yet. Anyway, he's driving his Mazda RX-7, and we don't have all the rest of the details, but it is an RX-7, second generation. He's been racing it for a few years. He blew it up a couple of years ago. Great guy. He's been racing at Knox for 30 years. Yeah, I'd call him a friend. Great to have Corey back. Again, 30 years racing here at Knox. Okay, so apparently we do need Corey Usick's media sheet. Corey Usick's media sheet needs to be sent to myself and Miriam. Please, thank you. This is Ryan Gerstmar in this 2005 Honda Accord. 50 years old, a member of ARCA from Lumsden, Saskatchewan. Thank you for coming from Lumsden, Saskatchewan, Ryan. He's running a 3.7-liter V6 motor. He may have traveled the furthest. Interesting. Coilover suspension, a bunch of aero work. He's got a wing, diffuser, flat bottom, and a front splitter. And a first-timer here at Knox, Ryan is. His best time so far this morning, well, his only time so far this morning, a 2:27.579. This is Richard Yetsina from Penticton and a member of the Knox Mountain Motorsports Club. 67 years old, and he just loves racing. This car is as another Mazda Miata, set up with the spec Miata suspension. He's running a header on it, and he's sponsored by his Canada Pension and Old Age Security. He's been racing here at Knox since 2002. His best time was set in a red spec Miata in 07, turned a 2:15.317. Interestingly, they've got a time form that can't be accurate because it says it's a 1:58. And we know that a stock spec Miata does not run a 1:58. It runs like a 2:20 something. So we've got the wrong time in for Richard Yetsina. So don't get excited when you see it, Richard. You did not turn a 1:58.044. If you did, you're cheating. Did you put a V8 in under the hood, Richard? Oh, okay. So we've got a car on track that has stopped, and we're going to do something with it in a minute. I will pass on the rest of the details when we know what they are. In the meantime, thank you to Leavitt Machinery. They have a booth in the infield. Go over and see them. Talk to them. If you've got anything heavy that needs to be moved, they have something that can move it, lift it, or maybe they can make it disappear. Like a time machine? No. Anyway, they can move stuff. Go see Leavitt Machinery. They're really cool people. Cancel that, Anthony? It must have been a raindrop or something that caused that Wi-Fi failure. We're good, Anthony. Thank you. Don't know what happened, but something happened. Appreciate you walking over. Now go back and get in your car and race. So that guy walking across the track in the flannel shirt, that's Anthony Railinger. He drives a Mustang, and he's really fast. Problem is, he hardly ever gets to drive it because he's so busy working as a volunteer here at the Hill Climb. And he's in charge of all the IT stuff, all the timing, all the announcing, like just all the stuff. And yeah, he also tries to race. So Anthony, go get in your car. So that's Richard Yetsina waiting on the line, on his way up the hill, looking to beat a 1:58. No, a 2:27. Roger Flesher on the line. Great to see you back, Roger. Thank you for putting in all of the work that was required to get your car back into one piece and drivable again. So really happy to see you. Nice to catch up the other day. Yesterday? Well, Thursday? I don't know. Anyway, nice to catch up. The car is a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger, racing in the vintage class. He's looking to improve on a 206. But to be honest, maybe those days are behind Roger. He likes the car too much, I think, to potentially push that hard. I know I'd be the same way with my Cobra. Just, you know, when you value something that much and you put that much time and effort into it, it becomes very special to you. So, yeah. Love the car, Roger. It is, as I said, a 67 Sunbeam Tiger. He's running a 347 Ford in there. He's from he's from Bellingham, Washington, and a member of Sovereign and the Chuckanut Sports Car Club. I've always said, what is a chuck-a-nut? Does anyone know? I know, it's a road and it's a club, but like really, what do you do with a chuck-a-nut? Do you chuck a nut? Like, is that it? I'm really curious. If anyone knows the history of chuck-a-nut, like, was that originally a competition? You know, and then they started throwing it far enough that they threw it like long enough that this road turned into a chuck-a-nut? I don't know. Pretty cool anyway. On the line is Josh Rothenberger, 36 years old, from Sylvan Lake, Alberta. A member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, driving a 1995 Nissan 240 SX. The engine is built. He's got road race suspension. He's done chassis and driveline. The engine was built by Alberta Racing Engines, and the mechanic is Trevor Kirkland. This is his second year here at Knox Mountain. Personal best of a 202.2. His practice run this morning was a 210.169. Started racing 18 years ago doing drift and autocrossing. Since then, he's added sim racing and time attack. He would like to thank his wife for putting up with all his crazy hobbies. And he said the best thing that happened last year was coming here for the first time. So Josh, welcome to Knox. Glad to have you back. This is Ken Staples, 81 years old, from Lac La Biche, Alberta, Northern Alberta Sports Car Club member, driving a 1999 Dodge Neon. Full race prep car, a race prepped engine, coilover suspension, limited slip diff, everything you're allowed to do in the class, been done. His mechanic is Bridget Cudmore. Ken has raced for 24 years here at Knox Mountain, and his fastest time was actually in a Sunbeam Tiger set in 1977. He turned 2 minutes flat, .812. He actually started slaloming, which we now call autocross, back in 1965. Road racing at 67 and ice racing in 71, and he has a very storied racing career, racing in the Honda Michelin, the Players GM, GT1, GT2, GT3 road racing, Molly Slip, Champ Car Endurance Racing. He was inducted into the Western Canadian Motorsports Hall of Fame in 2020. This year, he was inducted into the Lac La Biche Hall of Fame, both as a racer and a builder for the 42 years at the Winter Festival of Speed. So that's Ken Staples. Best time so far was a 2:53. This is David Higdon, 50 years old and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, also from Fort McMurray. Driving a 1990 Ford Mustang, a first-timer here at Knox. Interestingly, can any of you tell this is an LS-swapped Mustang? So that's a Chevy motor under the hood of the Ford Mustang. Lots of people will, you know, scream and complain and shout and say, oh, this is sacrilege. But you know what? Whatever works best for you is what you should use. If you've got a LS motor and lots of cheap parts for it, build it. If I had, for my Cobra, if I had a Chevy motor and the right automatic, I would throw it in. You know, paddle shifters, the whole 9 yards. Yeah. I don't stand on convention when it comes to cars. David Higdon looking to improve on a 219.167. Backing up that LS1 is a Tremec transmission and yellow Coney coilover shocks. Sponsored by Fire Pros Racing, Shamrock Maintenance and Auto Body. This is another one of my buddies. This is John Wright, 60 years old, works for and sponsored by Leavitt Machinery. He is driving in a 1990 BMW E30. So that's the first early gen racing BMWs. Very cool little car. He's actually run faster now in this than he has in the red Mustang that had the blue fenders, I believe, on it. John is from Falkland and a member of the Sports Car Club of BC and the Vintage Racing Club of BC, because, of course, this is old. It qualifies. 21 years racing here at Knox Mountain. His best time was set in his Mustang, turned to 2:06.280. I thought he set a personal best last year. Well, we'll see. Yeah. He would like to thank Kelly and all of the volunteers. And he says the best thing about last year was he got a Grand Slam road racing at Mission. This is another one of our long-time racers here at Knox Mountain. Started racing when he was 16 years old. This is Fred Del Perro. 61 years old now, raced 41 years here at Knox. Actually 42. His best time ever is a 2-minute flat, .879, set 15 years ago-ish. His warm-up practice run this morning was a 2:16.455. He's from Edmonton and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, and he's the general manager of ETAL Motors. And his dad, Mario, used to come with him for decades here to Knox Mountain. I haven't seen Mario yet, but yeah, great to have you back, Fred. Again, looking to improve on a 2-minute flat. By the way, this is an extremely rare car. It's a 1969 Alfa Romeo 1300 GTA. It was built for racing, all aluminum body, highly, highly rare race car right from the factory. By the way, ETAL Motors, they specialize in Alphas and anything Italian. And I think this is the longest time ever driver here at Knox Mountain. 45 years racing at Knox Mountain. This is Larry Sandham, 76 years old, from Victoria. The car is a 1978 Mini Vauxhall. So it's a original early Mini with a Vauxhall engine in it. And he said this is the newest of the 3 Vauxhall engines. It's a 2.2 liter with 260 horsepower and a 5-speed Quaife dog box. It's a tube frame chassis built in California in '92. It has a steel shell with a carbon roof, hoods and doors, front fenders, trunk lid are fiberglass, and it weighs 1,375 pounds. 1,375 pounds, yeah. 45 years racing at Knox, and as he says, a record. His first time was 1973. Larry Sandham looking to improve on a 1:59.9 set 17 years ago. I think this is another case where you love the car more than you love the thought of going faster and setting a personal best. Coming up is local racing legend. This is Case Neerup, raced in Le Mans, for those of you who don't know, for the Porsche factory. He is back here with his 1972 Datsun 280Z, full GT1 1978 spec modifications to the car. His best time ever was sub 150. He turned a 149.9 in a Formula Ford, not in this car. But great to have Case back with his 280Z. You can see him racing and I believe instructing or driver training down in Area 27. Very active member down there. Is also racing in the Radical class, I believe. I'd have to double check on that. But very active race car driver throughout his life. And again, Le Mans driver for a factory Porsche team. I don't know how it gets much cooler than that, except for maybe racing for, Shelby and a Cobra. But, still, great to have Case here. This is his first official run. He didn't get past turn 3 on his practice run. So not sure if he had a mechanical, but pulled off in turn 3 and parked it there. So this will be Case's first timed run for the weekend. He is sponsored by Dutch Way. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the Enduro that they race at Area 27. And he's also sponsored by Area 27. His mechanic is Jim Keller, who's well known in the racing industry in Kelowna for road racers. Builds cars, race cars from scratch. Amazing builder. Had him build some stuff for me. Originally, the Formula 4 that I raced was actually a Jim Keller car. Anyway, great to have Case back racing and looking to see what his first time for the weekend will be. In the meantime, we're going to go back to Leavitt Machinery and our event title sponsor. Thank you very much, Leavitt Machinery, for doing everything you do, providing all the lift equipment, financial support. They have a booth in the infield. Be sure you stop by and talk to them. If you need to lift something, you know, because you have a bad back or because it weighs 50,000 pounds or more, like, contact them. Leavitt Machinery, they are the people who provide lift equipment for lifting anything that needs lifting. Kelowna Chrysler provided us with 4 vehicles this weekend. We've got the white Challenger you just saw drive up the hill, plus 3 trucks out there that are supporting the event, as well as a cash donation. So thank you to Kelowna Chrysler. They are the video wall title sponsor. Orchard View Builders is the car show title sponsor. They look after the car show, the event village, which is basically everything down here on the main field, social media support, website support, as well as a cash sponsorship. Thank you so much, Orchard View Builders. Kelowna's Classic Rock, K96.3. We play them during all of the breaks between racing, and they've provided us with some on-air advertising and numerous air mentions. Also, event crew will be here at the Hill both days. So again, thank you to K96.3, Kelowna's Classic Rock. Sunbelt Rentals Canada, they give us a discount on all of the fencing that you see in front of you, keeping you away from the racetrack. Mario's Towing for decades has been here volunteering their trucks, the manpower, the flatbed, all the fuel, all at no charge. Thanks to Mario's Towing. Concast provided concrete barriers that are used throughout the hill all the way to up to the top as well. So we have barriers that keep the cars safe. Those are provided by Concast. Thank you to the City of Kelowna and the Regional District for letting us use Knox Mountain Park for this event. Rogers Communication providing internet and cable services. Fraserway RV has provided 2 bullet trailers for both the announcing and the timing on either side of the down area, the bottom of the hill here. Down area? What was I thinking? Thank you to Pacific Western Fire Prevention, fire extinguishers at all of our workstations on the track. Applewood Performance provided us cash sponsorship for the video wall. Infotel Multimedia for online advertising. Waste Connections of Canada providing all the waste bins and servicing them. Area 27 Motorsports Park. They've got a booth in the car show area. They also supplied the pace car, the blue Camaro that you saw go up the hill. That was courtesy of Area 27 Motorsports Park. Thank you very much. Classified Motorsports. They have a booth in the car show. They provide us with some financial support for the video wall. Thank you to Classified Motorsports. That's Justine Boyer and her company. Again, thank you to them. And, of course, she's, running the blue Mazda Miata. Protel Industries, pardon me, cash donation for our video wall. Artisan Roofing provided a Ford F-350 on the course. It's got a water tank in the back, and we will use that in case of fire. Interstate Batteries provided batteries to power our timing lights and the beams at the start and finish line. iSpeed Communications. They are a local internet company since '05. They provide internet, TV, and telephone service, plus they have wireless internet for remote areas. Mealing Waterworks Consulting, cash sponsorship for our video wall. Stroma Signs provided decaling for all the officials' cars. Tree of Life and Kim Krell, thank you very much for providing food for our food for our lunches for our volunteers. Old Dutch Foods also provided some chips for our volunteers' lunches. Boost Barn Motorsports provided some cash sponsorship for the video wall. Also, thanks to Vitour Performance Tires. They've provided gift certificates for all of our classes, including the King and Queen of the Hill. So thank you very much to Vitour Performance Tires. We also have a list of official suppliers. Pit Stop Portables for the porta potties. Concast for concrete barriers and track setup. Sunbelt Rentals Canada for fencing. SW Event Technology. They're the guys that are everything you see on that video wall. That's them. SW. Make sure you check them out. Engel Electric for electrical services. Canadian Emergency Medical Services, Inc. They provide the ambulance and paramedics. Hero Security, doing security for us here at the event. Kelowna Actor Studio provided the online portal that you were able to purchase your tickets through. That was KAS, I think, .ca, something like that. Anyway, Kelowna Actor Studio. Check them out. Little Bird Media does some event and social media services. In the infield, we have we do not have Moose Caboose. We have Aloha Okanagan Food Truck, Sweet Cloud Ice Cream Rolls Food Truck, Charo's Tacos. Well, these are all food trucks. Charo's Tacos, Cece's Pizza, Reggae Fusion, and Beaver Tails. It's Up to You Food Truck, and Rustic Real Brewing has the beer garden, and apparently they're serving coffee as well. So make sure you check out all these guys in the infield. Now, do stick around after the event, after the last cars racing. We have the Feels playing live music for us right after the event, so do stick around. Also, thank you to our partners, the CACC. They've provided 2 stewards for our event. Also, thanks to the Sports Car Club of BC. They've provided 2 race safety trucks for the hill and the manpower to operate them. Also, we have a couple of charities that we donate to every year. The Central Okanagan Bursary and Scholarship Society and the West Bank Museum. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to all of the volunteers that put on this event. If you're wearing a white shirt, you're a volunteer. We thank you for that. If you're not wearing a white shirt and you're still a volunteer, we thank you for that. By the way, we're still short 2 lunches here in the announcing trailer. Still short 2 lunches. Whoever provides lunches, we need 2 more, please. And back to K96.3 and Kelowna's Classic Rock. Not playing? Eric Railinger, if you're around, we need help with a connection or something. We don't seem to have any music. Okay, I'm going to sing. No, I wouldn't do that to you. We're just going to go without any sound for a little bit.
I can do it. I can sing.
Go Ian. Now, this isn't karaoke, is it?
Oh, I karaoke like you would not believe.
Okay, you're on.
I need background music, though.
Eric Railinger. Eric Railinger to the announcing trailer, please.
All right, looks like we're getting ready to rock and roll here for our third run up the mountain. We got Sean Leslie on 40 years old out of West Kelowna. Racing his 1998 Honda Civic. It's got a K-Series swap. Roll cage, of course, as you need for this event. Harnesses, coilovers, traction bars, all the stuff. 6-piston Millwood brakes on a small car like that. That's a lot. Started racing 20 years ago at Autocross. And right after him, we got Michael Patora coming up, 27 years old, out of Kelowna, BC. He's a machinist. His favorite hobby is working on the race car and racing. I wonder which one he likes more, racing the car or working on it. It's got a B20 VTEC swap. His best time up the hill back last year was 2:06.320, looking to best that. His first run up the mountain today was a 2:15.277. Most people, when you're doing your first run up the hill, you just kind of take it easy and feel the car out, feel the track out, kind of get, the old brain working and memorizing the track again. I've raced 3 years at Knox before. He'd like to thank Legacy Tire for always getting his alignment perfect for me. And then we got Scott Hewlin. His 1991 Chevy Camaro. I also have a Chevy Camaro, so I'm pretty particular to this car. His best is 208 something. His first run today was a 221.177. Started autocrossing in 1997. Used to have an SS4 lap record at Time Attack in Mission, 116.9. We'd like to thank Campbell Carlisle for fabrication work on his car. Previously run 8 years at Knox. Used to run a GT class Trans Am in 2004. Then we got this very, very modified BMW M3 coming up, Andre Maraziali. I'll get that right one time. He's got 13 years of experience. His best, 2019, 148.316. He's out of Vancouver, BC. Of course, this thing's been sleeved and stroked to 3 liters. It's supercharged. It's got all the aero, big brakes. And the roof has been actually lowered on that BMW 4 inches. Roof, many body panels, carbon fiber. This year they installed a new supercharger. So looking, maybe he can best his best time with that new extra power if he's got any more. All right, we got Steve Percival in his Honda Civic, looking to best his best time of last year at a 2:12.764. After him, we've got Bjorn Trapp, 55 years old out of Enderby, BC. Sorry, that's Gary Lohughes, 61 years old, out of Calgary, Alberta, in that 1985 AE86 Toyota Corolla. His main sponsor is GTS Racing. Last year he did a best of 2:03.343. He's been here for 8 years, so looking to better that. He's already run a 2:07.410 today in his first practice run, so he's in reaching distance for sure. Been racing since 1987 at the Range City in Calgary. Auto slalom in 1985 was his first year. He'd like to thank Tuner Works in Calgary. And he said the best thing about last year was 100% reliability at all the events he runs, and that's because it's a Toyota. They never break. And of course, if you've ever watched the Initial D cartoons or anime, you will be very familiar with the A86 platform. And then we got Austin coming in, 27 years old, out of Fort St. John, BC. He's a heavy-duty mechanic. Part of the Peace Region Motorsports Association. He's racing in T4 in that 2006 Mazda RX-8. Lists his modifications as coilovers. Looking at the car, I believe it has more than that done to it. He's been autocrossing for over 7 years and time attack for the last 3. See if he can do a better time than 2:33.486, which is his first run ever up the hill, as he's a rookie this year. Let's see if he can get that 50-50 perfect weight balance RX-8 to sling its way up the hill a little faster. One of the fan favorites here, Jennifer Ocker, in her very bright hyperlight yellow 2004 WRX STI. She's got an IAG Magnum spec short blocks, 14mm head studs, Firelock head gaskets, IAG Stage 5 ported and polished heads, rotated turbo kit. There's basically everything done to this thing. Her main sponsor, of course, is PRE Racing out of Portland, Oregon. She's been racing here at the Knox Mountain Hill Climb for 7 years. This is a car to look at. She's done a 1:52.007 in this car. That is really fast. Started racing in 2009 when her husband bought that STI as his daily driver. I'm sure it's still daily driverable, right? She's won 2 hill climbs since 2009. Larson Rock in 2023 and Maryhill in 2024. She'd like to thank her husband, Rob, for being her best supporter. Well, it looks as though Nick Wood's off, and his little jaunt back down on the tow truck has not slowed him down. He's back running. Of course, being a rally car, you tend to smash those things up and get them fixed pretty quick. So Nick's no stranger to that. I've seen that car bent and mangled like you wouldn't believe, and then the next stage he's out running again. So 54 years old, out of Kamloops, BC. His occupation is a fabricator, and he's done a ton of fabrication on that car. If you looked underneath it, you wouldn't believe it. It's a 1971 Datsun 1200. It's a stage rally car. It's got an SR20 engine out of a much newer chassis, like an S chassis car out of Japan or some of the front-wheel drive stuff. It's got a 6-speed sequential gearbox. It's got a Ford 8.8 independent rear suspension, rear diff in it. Full full rally coilovers. It's got all kinds of stuff done. His main sponsor, of course, is KRR, Kamloops Rally and Race and Rally. His third year here at Knox Mountain this year. He's done a best of 2:02. He's racing in the GTU category with that car. And he's off. All right, we got David Stevenson coming up. That 2000 Subaru 2.5 RS. Looks like he last rallied in 2009, was hung out in various yards in various states of disrepair ever since. He's done a full build on the car as it came to him as a shell with nothing but parts in it. He's raced at Knox for 10 years. 2015 was his personal best at 2:12.955, looking to maybe get that. His run a 2:30 on his first practice run with an 8:36 behind that. He'd love to thank his wife Jen for all of her support. Looks like he's done a bunch of track days in the UK in the 2000s and done some laps at the Nürburgring in his Peugeot. He's done autocross, rallycross, and hill climbs. And then Jesse White in the orange 911. Of course, this thing no longer has a Porsche engine. It is a K24 turbo from a Honda. It's got an RWB body kit on it, ECU Masters electronics. It's got Willwood brakes, all the stuff you need to make a Porsche good without the Porsche drivetrain. Third time here at Knox Mountain. Best time so far, 2:05.9. He'd like to thank Amanda Archibald because his wife lets him live the race car life. And he'd also like to thank the Sinfield family. Oh, he's also got a fast Honda Civic that's gone a 9.85 in the quarter mile. That's pretty quick. All right, we got Brett Haviland in this all-wheel drive swapped from, I believe, an Evo 1 with a 4G63 turboed up in a 1993 Dodge Colt. That's a sleeper. First time here at Knox Mountain. He's already run a 2:16.043 in his first practice run. Best thing about last year is he actually completed the novice road racing program, which is pretty cool. He's 42 years old out of Chilliwack, BC. He likes being a mechanic, and he also likes to fish. Maybe if he has time on Monday, he can get out on that big lake. His main sponsor, Kirkpatrick Auto. Let's see if he can best that 2:16.043 he laid down earlier this morning. That's not the normal sound you hear from a Mitsubishi Colt. I can tell you that for a fact. And now coming up to the line, doing a little warm-up of the front tires, we got Matthew Jasmine, 29 years old, at Sherwood Park, Alberta. He likes racing beer. No, I'm just kidding. He likes racing and drinking beer. I'm assuming not at the same time. That would be bad. He's racing this 1996 Honda Civic. lists his modification as lots, and by looking at it, I'm not doubting that. The wing alone says lots. He's raced 3 years here at Knox Mountain. The best last year of 2:07.963. He started ice racing in 2020. He's done some road racing as well. Best thing about last year, I didn't crash, he says. All right. All right, we got Basil Santamaria on the line. 29 years old out of Sydney, Australia. The man from down under all the way here to race on our little hill. We love it. He's racing a 2006 Honda Civic SI. He's raced 5 years now at the hill climb. Last year he did a 150.401. That was in his white Subaru STI. Started racing back in 1997, racing go-karts in the Australia Outback. Lots of flat land out there.
Up on the line, this is Greg Kavuris Jr., 41 years old from Vancouver, BC, a member of the Sports Car Club of BC. Really nice Corvette. It's an 04. I remember when Greg first came out to the hill climb, it was very stock looking, and it's still stock under the hood, but they've got a lot of aero work to it, a lot of engine cooling work to it. And so the car is, it's a lot faster. They're down to a 152.489 set last year. And so, definitely a lot of work been done to this 2004 C5 Corvette. 5 years racing at Knox. He raced 20 plus years of go-karting. Then he got back into road racing in 2020 after taking the Sports Car Club of BC's driver training. He was the winner in 2023 and 2025 in the respective classes here at Knox. So Greg Kavuris Jr. looking to improve. Doesn't have a run listed yet, but like I say, trying to improve on that personal best of a 152.489. This is Charles Andre, 65 years old and a member of the Victoria Motorsports Club from Duncan, BC, where my niece lives. In fact, just visited with her a couple hours ago. Great to see you here. The car is a 1982 Renault R5 with the R5 turbo look. They've thrown the kit at it, but it's not got the stock, it's not got the turbocharged rear-mounted Renault engine in it. It's actually got the Honda power in it. So really interesting build. Super cool car. Sponsored by Fast Track Film Corporation. And Charles is trying to improve on a 208 set in the Trans Am. This is Richard Arienzale from Vancouver, BC, and a member of the Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club, 39 years old, racing in the Unlimited 1 class in a 1998 Dodge Viper. Former Speed Vision World Challenge car. It was built into a race car in the late 1990s. The car has been fully refreshed over the past 2 winters to get it to this condition. He's sponsored by Petrol Data Systems. The last time he raced here was in a Dodge Neon, and he turned a 212 in 2017, so 9 years ago. His warm-up practice run this morning was a 219.242, so 7 seconds slower than the Neon, but it's also going to be a huge handful to race. So this is something that I personally would also take really easy going up the hill. Richard started racing back in 2007 with the Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club. He attended multiple U.S. Solo Nationals in Lincoln, Nebraska, And then he started road racing, doing the endurance racing with Chump Car and Lucky Dog. And he still competes in endurance races today. He would like to thank all his friends for all their support. This is Mike Marich, 49 years old, and also a member of VCMC from Vancouver. He is racing in a 2015 Porsche GT3 Cup car. So this is a spec racing car. Again, spec series like the Miata Club or the Spec Miata Challenge. This is a spec series. Cars are built for racing, and this is actually like the full-on race car built from the factory, not like where the Miatas are, where they take them and swap the parts to make them a spec Miata. This is a full-blown race car from Porsche. Sponsored by Petrol Data Systems. His mechanic is Cliff Lowe. He's raced 5 years here at Knox. His best time was a 150-something in a Formula Ford back 14 years ago. He's been autocrossing with VCMC, as well as road racing with Lucky Dog. He would like to thank Maris Williams, Richard Arienzale, and Cliff Lowe. So looking to improve on a 218-040. This is Gord Finney, 46 years old. He's a member of the BC Legends Club. So this is, again, another spec race car for a race spec series. So you'll see cars like this coming up. We've got, I think, 4 or 5 of them here this weekend. Really exciting to have these guys here for the first time. This is a replica of a 37 Ford sedan. And again, spec built. Racing, sponsored by Finney Racing. And Dusty Hallcrow is the mechanic. Second time here at Knox. He said he raced a long time ago in an RX-7. And he started racing when he was 17 years old back at Mission Raceway with his brother. He'd like to thank Bobby Finney and Dusty Hallcrow. And he said the best thing about last year was the car made it to the end of the year with lots of blood, sweat, and tears, but he made it. And Gordon is out of Abbotsford. This is Bob Finney, also in a Legend. This one is of a 34 Chevy, also from Abbotsford, and is a first-timer here at Knox Mountain. 42 years old. He started racing in 2018 at the Mission Road Course in a 1983 RX-7. So again, super cool cars built for a spec series. If you're wanting to get into inexpensive racing, there is such a thing. Spec Miata is probably the least expensive. And then into something like this, this is something that you can hill climb, you can oval track, and you can do road racing with them. So very multi-purpose type of racing. But it's a very race car. It's not necessarily a Spec Miata type car where you can drive it on the street, still enjoy it to some degree, as opposed to this just flat out race car built for racing. That's it. So again, super happy to have the BC Legends guys here joining us for the hill climb. We're just waiting for the other Finney to get a little higher up the hill before we can release Bob. Yeah, Gordon Finney left a little earlier. So the way the timing works on the hill is that we run 3 cars at a time on the hill. First car gets up to turn 3, and it receives the yellow light that you see the lights at the start line. It'll receive the yellow light when the car gets to turn 3. When the car gets to turn 4, the light turns green, and the next car can go. And then so on. And so we keep releasing cars, and so we actually have 3 cars racing up the hill at one time. Somebody did. I checked with Mary. Good to see you. Thank you. This is Wayne Goodwin, 52 years old, also in a Legend. This is of a 34 Ford. And obviously they're a much scaled down version. If somebody happens to know the scale on a Legends car, maybe let me know. Hey, Corey. Corey, do you know the scale of a Legends car? No. Okay. Just had a race driver in here and asked him if he knew the scale of the Legends cars. They're small. So this is Wayne Goodwin, also a first-timer here, again with the Legends Club of a 34 Ford from Chilliwack. 5/8 scale, there you go. Thank you to the industrious Ian Barrett, my co-announcer. Thanks for being here, by the way, Ian.
You're most welcome. I'm glad to be here.
This is Scott Loans, 54 years old, also in a Legend, of a 37 Chevy Coupe. He's from Langley and a member of the Sports Car Club of BC and the BC Legends Club. Second year here at Knox Mountain. He said he got into Legends when his friend bought a second car and he started running it at Mission. And he started doing that in the end of the 2024 season. So he got his own car last year. And as I say, second time here at Knox Mountain. He'd like to thank his wife, Sarah, Pit Crew M, who's his kid, and Winter, Wayne Goodwin for getting him into this crazy sport. And he said the best thing about last year was he got into his own car and was slowly improving every weekend. So always super cool when you can do that. This is Justine Boyer, local business owner of Classified Motorsports, general manager, I should say. 31 years old, racing in a 1991 Mazda Miata. Now, this is not a spec Miata race car. It's got a factory upgraded from the 1.6 to the 1.8 sized engine, lightened flywheel, coilover suspension, chassis stiffening, header, exhaust, and EDC brakes. But as I say, definitely not in the same vein as the spec Miata, because they don't do a lot of those things like the lightened flywheel, all the other fun stuff that Justine's gotten to do. So very cool. Justine's fifth year here at Knox. Her best time was set 2 years ago, turned to 2:21.679. Her practice run this morning, 2:32.184. She blames her dad, Bob Boyer, who you've seen race here for many years in a V8 powered Datsun 510, had a purple one and a red one. Anyway, she blames her dad for getting into racing. She says, whom I do love very much. This is 54-year-old Nathan Robinson from the Sports Car Club of BC, living in Coquitlam. He is driving a 2001 Honda S2000. He is a rookie here at Knox Mountain, so welcome, Nathan. Hope you're enjoying your time. The key to being a rookie here is just get to the top every run. Don't be a hero, just get to the top. He started racing 3 years ago in Mission, and he said the best thing about last year is he was able to obtain his full race license. So for the first several races, you race under a novice license. Well, now he's a full race licensed, credentialed driver. So congratulations to that, Nathan. And that allows him to race here at Knox. So again, welcome. His first run in his practice run, a 2:28.190. Beautiful car, the S2000. Well, thank goodness he finally made it to the line. Anthony Railinger was here past midnight last night, hooking up the announcing stuff, the timing equipment, you name it. Like, he's one of our volunteers, and he's a really hard worker. 66 years old, from Kelowna, and a member of the club. He's a retired IT guy. That's why he does all of the technical stuff. So thank you, Anthony, for all you do. He is driving in a 1995 Ford Mustang Cobra R. He's running a 5.8-liter modified engine, lots of aero, the Celine SR 351 double-stack rear wing, and he is now running on brand spanking new Hoosier tires that he just got a few days ago and just had them mounted. So, yeah, huge investment. That's like half the price of the car I'm trying to sell out on the street. Huge investment in tires, but super sticky. I'm excited for Anthony. His best time ever was a 1:58.212 11 years ago. racing in a different class. Same car on Hoosiers. So we'll see what he does with these Hoosiers. This is local, Anthony Raylinger. Here's another one of our super fast Subarus. I don't know whether anybody else has noticed, but most of the all-wheel drive Subarus that we have here are really fast. Go figure. There's several of them under 2 minutes. This is Aaron Najjar in his 07 STI that's done really heavily. And he's been down to a 151. His best today, a 155.323. But yeah, super quick. A custom turbo kit, a sequential transmission, dual fuel injectors per cylinder, custom wiring, an IAG 950 short block. The car makes 500 all-wheel horsepower, sponsored by Boost Barn Motorsports and his wife. He would like to, or his crew is, yeah, fast. This is third year at Knox Mountain. Started out autocrossing in 2014. This is Alan Reed, local volunteer for 50 or 60 years here at Knox Mountain. He's been volunteering, he was one of the first volunteers when I joined the club 1984. And he's been around ever since, been a very integral part of the behind-the-scenes things with the club. The car is his 1970 MGB GT V8, built by Brian Browning. They have two cars like this. One is the stock chassis. This is the Brian Browning built tube frame chassis MGB GT V8. Like literally, the two are identical. It's really hard to tell them apart. But this is the fancy one. Tube frame, 9-inch Ford rear end, 5-speed, a 450 horsepower aluminum block V8. Super light, probably weighs about the same as my Cobra does. Very fast car. Alan's best time with this car, a 149.704. He's been the GTO record holder. He's gone back and forth being the king of the hill. So yeah, super excited to have Alan back racing again with us. This is Mike Thorne, 47 years old, from Edmonton, Alberta. He's a mechanic driving a 2005 Honda Accord with a 3.7-liter V6, coilover suspension, and a whole bunch of aero work. They've done a wing, a diffuser on the back. It's got a flat bottom under it and a front splitter. Sponsored by Drive One at TELUS.net and Jeff Auto Repair. And Mike is a first-timer here at Knox. His first time today in practice was a 218.028. He says, honestly, I started out as a hooligan on Vancouver Island, just ripping around, and then he saw the light and realized that the only way to do this properly is to do it on a track. And so he's been doing that and enjoying it. He started racing, stock car racing, back in 1999. So good for Mike. He'd like to thank the team at Jeff's Auto. Liam, Andy, Ryan, and Red Beaver Racing in general. Cal? Pardon? This is Roger Sieber, another one of our fast guys. He's been under that 150 barrier. He turned a 149.894 back in 2023. Roger is 43 years old and a member of the Edmonton Rally Club and is from Fort McMurray. The car is a 27 Hayabusa car. Basically, he says this is a custom-built go-kart on steroids, and it's powered by a turbocharged motorcycle engine. It's a Suzuki Hayabusa engine. So big engine, lots of power, really fast. Like I say, a 149.894. He started out in autocross back in 2003. Since then, he's done some rally, mini stock, and endurance racing. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Roger Sieber's been in the top 3 several times for the King of the Hill trophy. And he's certainly in contention this weekend. This is Dean Drysdale, 42 years old, from Edmonton. He is driving in the sports racer class in a 2007 Radical. Now, I keep mentioning spec series. This is another spec series car. You buy it built specifically for racing, and they're very tight on rules and regulations and specifications. You can't change most everything, basically, on the car. But super cool to have a Radical here. I believe this may be our first, maybe one other Radical in its history. Dean is a first-timer here at Knox Mountain. He says he actually started racing motocross as a child, then drag racing when he turned 18, and then he started actually road racing at 25. So super cool to have him. 17 years road racing. He's done some shifter kart. He's also the co-owner of Pro Circuit Racing, where they rent out cars and do group events. They do track driving lessons at Strawberry Creek Raceway. I'm going to have to find out where Strawberry Creek Raceway is, because I don't know that one. I'm assuming it's in the Edmonton area. All right, so we've got a red flag again out on the track. So we've had to flag all the cars on the hill, and we're going to be in a wait position. So apparently Alan Reed in the MGB-GT has had a soft off. He's bumped into something, in one of the corners, and is, I think, back running again. But he's going to get red flagged because the car above him has been stopped or something, and I will get back to you with more details. What was the car before Alan? Okay, so Mike Thorne in the Honda Accord has also either been red flagged or is at this point. Okay, so it's just, he's off in a turn, and we're waiting to get some more details. So Mike Thorne in turn 7 or 8. And like I say, we're just waiting for some details, and we're going to be at a pause for several minutes here till we get cars moved, etc. And we've got our pace car on its way up the hill right now. So again, we're going to take a break, and we will be back with you shortly. In the meantime, maybe Ian, do you want to take announcing our sponsors? Thank you.
Also, Strawberry Creek Raceway is in Leduc, Alberta. While we wait here, let's just take a quick minute to thank all of our sponsors. Of course, our title sponsor, Leavitt Machinery. They do all the tear down and setup and of all the lifting stuff that we need to do here. They do have a booth in the infield as well. If you need anything lifted up, just give them a chat. They can lift you up, maybe not your spirits, but everything else. And of course, Kelowna Chrysler. They're the title sponsor of the video wall, as well as they've also got 4 vehicles for us here this weekend. They have got the Dodge Charger that goes up and down the hill, and also 3 trucks for all of our equipment and stuff and event support. Orchard View Builders, they're the title sponsor of the car show. If you've got time to head out there and check out all the cool cars that come down and park in our little park down there, and check out all the food vendors as well. Also, anytime we have breaks, we're trying to listen to K96.3 Kelowna's classic rock. They provide our free on-air advertising, numerous on-air mentions and events. Those guys are awesome. And if you like classic rock, listen to K96.3. Sunbelt Rentals, they provide all the fencing, at a good discount for us to keep all you guys safe and, not going where you shouldn't be, and also, keeping the little kids from walking around where they shouldn't be as well. So big thanks to those guys. And we'd like to thank Mario's Towing. They've been a sponsor for decades here now. They supply all the tow trucks, flatbeds, and manpower, fuel for all that stuff, to keep everything running. Those guys are awesome. Concast, they provide all the barriers up and down the hill for, keep the cars safe from flying off the road. City of Kelowna, they've been sponsoring this now for over 60 years. Long time. Can't do it without their permissions, so we like that. Rogers Communications, providing the internet and cable services. Fraser Way RV, providing the very comfortable RV that me and Matt are announcing from, as well as our timing trailer across the line there. Pacific Western Fire Prevention. Of course, all of our crews along all the corners and everything all have fire extinguishers provided by them. Applewood Performance. They're also providing sponsorship for our video wall. That thing's pretty expensive to keep running, but it is an awesome addition to our hill climb. Of course, we'll do Infotel Multimedia. They do our online advertising and stuff like that. We'd like to thank those guys. Waste Connections of Canada, providing all the waste bins and stuff you see around there. Area 27 Motorsports Park. They supply the pace car that you see driving up the hill whenever we have a pause or anything like that. They also have a booth in the car show, so you should go check those guys out. Do a lot of cool events down there. And then Classified Motorsports, they helped sponsor the video wall as well. They also have a booth in the car show. They do a lot of performance modifications here in town and dyno stuff, so you should go check those guys out. Ewald Performance, he's also racing here this weekend. They're doing an auction on Sunday. They provided some stuff for that, and they also do some cash sponsorship as well. ProTel Industries, cash donation for the video wall. We appreciate that. Artisan Roofing provided the F-350 that's on course with the water tank.
Okay, so we just been told that the track is getting cleaned up and is ready to go again. So we haven't got specific details on Mike Thorne, but apparently everything's fine. The track just needed some sweeping, and we're ready to go racing again.
And Interstate Batteries. They provide all the power to the timing lights and all the timing equipment that is like absolutely crucial to running the event, so we appreciate them. iSpeed Communications. They're a local internet company since 2005. They provide internet, TV, and telephone services. They also have wireless for remote areas or cable and fiber in town. Mealing Waterworks Consulting. They are also sponsoring our video wall. Stroma Signs, providing deckling for all of our official cars. Tree of Life, they sponsored the absolute wonderful lunches for our absolute mountainous army of volunteers. Old Dutch Food also provided chips for our lunches, which we appreciate. Boost Barn Motorsports, they also provided sponsorship for the video wall that you're all watching down here. And hello, Ted Shade. He's an old friend of me and Matt's from back in the autocross days. Boost Barn Motorsports. They also sponsor the video wall. Vitor Performance Tires. They're doing a bunch of stuff for the charity auction as well. And Dale Nesty Motorsports. He supplied the trophies for the event. And I can tell you from my army of trophies I have at home from all the racing I've done in my career, I do like looking at them from time to time and going, hey, you know what? That was a good time when I was winning. Don't forget, we do have a bunch of food trucks here, and I've sampled a couple of them. They're pretty great. Also, we have a beer garden in there. So, yeah, if you're getting thirsty and you want a beer, go visit the beer garden.
Yay, we have music again. Okay, we're going to leave you with K96.3 for a few minutes. All right, we are ready to run again. So what we're doing is running the last two cars that were in the last run group that got red flagged. So we have 2 cars to go, and then we are going to finish running the next group. So there won't be another break after this because we've already brought everybody down. So that was Mike Thorne from Edmonton, 47 years old, driving his 2005 Honda Accord with a 3.7-liter V6, coilover suspension, bunch of aero work, sponsored by Drive1 at TELUS.net, and Jeff Auto Repair, and a first-timer here. His best run so far is a 2:18.028, and then a DNF on his first official time run. So that was Mike Thorne. This is Dean Drysdale, 42 years old, from Edmonton, driving this 2007 Radical. Again, as I mentioned, this is a spec class car. All the cars are same shape, same everything, just different liveries on them. He started racing as a child, drag racing at 18, road racing at age 25, and he's also done shifter kart. He's the co-owner of Pro Circuit Racing. They rent out cars, race cars, do group events with track driving lessons at Strawberry Creek Raceway up near Edmonton. And he said the best thing about last year was acquiring a formula car. Now, I'm not sure if he's considering this one as a formula car because technically it's a sports racer. So maybe he has another race car as well, a Formula Ford. Yeah, if you stripped all the body off it, you might have what's considered an open wheel car, but this is not that. All right, Dean has it running and ready to go, and looking to improve. Quick car, that Radical. All right, so now we are moving right back into Run Group 1, and this should be Sheridan MP coming up. Sheridan's personal best was set in 2018 with a 156.084. He's currently sitting at a 159.191. So one of the at least top 10 fastest cars at this point, very likely. The car is a 1990 Honda CRX SI, if he ever eventually gets released. There he goes. He's running an engine swap in there, a B18C. Lots of suspension goodies, some aero work, and it's, of course, got all the safety equipment, full cage, harness, window net, all the fun stuff. Sponsored by Terracana Foundation Solutions, Tash Bespoke Auto Styling, and Frankenstein Speed and Custom. He does all the work on the car himself. And he is not a rookie, 21 years racing here at Knox Mountain. And as I mentioned, a best of a 156.084 set 8 years ago. Sheridan would like to thank his partner Christina for getting him to work on the car sooner than 2 months before the event. Race drivers have a habit of waiting until the event's almost there and then starting to work on them. So we've got some big things planned for Sheridan's car. He has big things. They have big things planned for his car that he has shared with friends, and I'm thankful to be considered one of those, but I'm not sure he wants us to share the information quite yet. But there's big plans for this car, and it'll be interesting to see if he gets the work done for next year. You'll really want to see it because it's going to be faster. It's going to be very cool. And I'm excited for Sheridan and what he's got planned. Again, Sheridan looking to improve on a 159 from earlier today. Okay, just a small technical difficulty that we're waiting on. We will be a minute, Sheridan. So, spectators, this is a request to you. Please stay away from the track. We actually have to shut down racing because you get too close to the track. And we apparently have a gaggle of people standing too close to the track currently at a location further up the track. And we literally won't race because you're standing too close. It's a safety risk. So please use your noggins as you go up the track and stay way away from the track, please. Because there's people up there that aren't using their noggins. And nobody wants to just stand here and watch Sheridan idle. Sheridan, do something fun. Anybody know a good joke? Okay, the silence is killing me. All right, so apparently the spectators are being rather unruly on the track, and they're is being very difficult. So we're actually going to bring the other two cars that we just sent up down from the top while we try to clear the spectators off of the racing surface of the track. Please don't do that later. So we are going to go back to some K96.3 Kelowna's Classic Rock. You know what? In the midst of all of these, cars up and down and cars up and down and stuff, we didn't get a chance to say thank you to our sponsors. So, Leavitt Machinery, you are out there somewhere in the infield. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being an ongoing event sponsor, our title sponsor, providing equipment, finance, and just being here. Thank you, Leavitt Machinery, for everything you do. If you have a lifting need, contact Leavitt Machinery. Better yet, walk over and talk to them in their tent. They would love to help you out. Kelowna Chrysler is our video wall title sponsor. They provided us as well with 4 vehicles. There's a Challenger for our clerk of the course, plus 3 Ram trucks for the event. as well as a sponsorship, a cash sponsorship. So thanks to Kelowna Chrysler. Orchard View Builders is the car show title sponsor, and they look after the entire event village, as well as social media support and website support, and on top of that as well, some cash sponsorship. So thank you to Orchard View Builders. If you need building, go talk to them. K96.3, Kelowna's Classic Rock, providing free on-air advertising, numerous on-air mentions, and an events crew at the Hill both days. Sunbelt Rentals Canada gives a discount on the fencing. Mario's Towing, supplying tow trucks, flatbeds, manpower, and fuel, all at no charge, and have been doing so for decades. Huge thanks to Mario's Towing. If you need a tow, you can't have one of mine. Concast provides concrete barriers and moving them around. No, seriously, you can't have one of mine. Call Mario's. Concrete barriers being moved around by Concast. Thanks to the City of Kelowna and the Regional District for allowing us to use Knox Mountain Park since 1966. Every year except for COVID. We skipped 1 year. 2. It was apparently dangerous. I'm not sure. Something was going on about like bugs and disease or something. I don't know. Thank you to Rogers Communications for providing internet and cable services here at the Hill. Also thanks to Fraserway RV for providing these 2 bullet trailers. We have one on the announcing trailer and one on the other side of the start line for the timing that we use. So thanks again to Fraserway RV. Pacific Western Fire Protection provide fire extinguishers to all of our worker stations on the track, from literally the bottom of the track all the way to the top, and in pre-grid. Applewood Performance. One of their drivers has been racing here over the past few years, and they are helping to sponsor our video wall. So thank you to Applewood Performance. Infotel Multimedia, doing their online advertising with us. So thank you, Infotel Multimedia, for that support. With us, for us, something. Waste Connections of Canada, providing all the waste bins and servicing them. Area 27 Motorsports Park, they've got the booth in the infield, as well as providing us with a pace car Camaro for on track. Thank you very much to Area 27 Motorsports. Make sure you go over and talk to them in their booth. They've got some driving instruction, race driving plans, so go over and see them. Classified Motorsports provides cash sponsorship for our video wall, and they have a booth in the car show, as well as racers racing here this weekend. We haven't seen Bob Boyer yet. If anybody knows what's going on, because I believe he has registered. So if anyone knows why Bob Boyer's not racing, come over and see me. Bob, if you're here, come over and see me. Ewald Performance, the G-Lock brake pad supplier for Canada, provided some pads, gift certificates for our auction tomorrow night, which will precede the event, as well as some cash sponsorship. So thank you to Frank Ewald from Ewald Performance, driving around the white Nissan NX 1600 with the Honda engine. Protel Industries provided a cash donation for our video wall. So thank you to Protel Industries. Artisan Roofing provided a Ford F-350 that's on the course with a water tank in the box to use for fire prevention. Interstate Batteries providing batteries to power the timing lights and the beams at the start and finish lines. iSpeed Communication, a local internet company since 2005, provides internet, TV, and telephone service. They also have wireless for remote areas and cable and fiber in town. Mealing Waterworks Consulting provided a cash sponsorship for our video wall. Stroma Signs provided all the decaling for all our cars. They are on Enterprise Way, just across from the old TELUS building. Tree of Life provided lunches for our army of volunteers. Thanks, Kim. Old Dutch Foods provided chips for our volunteers' lunches. Boost Barn Motorsports provided a cash sponsorship for our video wall. Vitour Performance Tires has provided multiple gift certificates for all of our classes, as well as our King and Queen of the Hill. Dale Nesty Motorsports supplies the trophies this weekend for the event. Thank you to Dale. We also want to thank our supplier,
All right, Sheridan Impey finally away. He's already got a sub 2-minute run going today. Still 3 seconds off the personal best of 156, but there is all day tomorrow as well. And coming up to the line, we got Dave Lockwood, 59 years old, out of Langley, BC. Driving his 2006 Nissan 350Z. His main sponsor, Hydro Fanatics, Racing Greed. Head mechanic is Barry Patepes. That's a hard name to say. Last year, he got a best time of 209.322 in the same car. Started racing when he was 20 years old. I raced stock cars for 20 years, so that's quite a ways. Cam Thorkelson, 68 years old, out of Victoria, BC, racing his Caterham S3, 1998. He's definitely not a rookie. He's been here before. He's looking to do his best time in 2022, 157.552. Those Caterhams are pretty cool. They sell kits to make those. They're called low cost. You can kind of put like a inline 4 of your choosing in them and make them. They're pretty cool. Yeah. Pretty cool cars. And then Frank Ewald of Ewald Performance. It's a Nissan NX 1600. Of course, this has got a Honda K24 engine swap. The big block Honda. It's got an RSX 6-speed transmission. Factory LSD. K2 and throttle body. ECU master. Been racing Knox for 8 years. Personal best in 24 of 202.652. Looking to best that today. Maybe tomorrow. And then Wade Pollock, 31 years old, out of Kelowna, BC, racing in his 1992 Honda Civic. It's got a K20 swap out of probably a Nissan SIR, Honda SIR. A friend introduced him to autocross, and he was hooked, he said, and now he's here. Awesome. He'd like to thank his wife, Amanda, and his dogs. His sponsor is Stroma Signs. His head mechanic / crew is himself. 4 years vintage here at Knox Mountain. And then we got Corey Usick out of Edmonton, Alberta, in that 1987 Mazda RX-7. He's been racing here at Knox Mountain since 1996. In 2025, he did a 155.8. Started racing at the age of 16, ice racing. Not a lot of that going on anymore. Few lakes high up we're still doing, but all the low lakes now don't freeze enough. Thanks, Obama. Tide and Dirt Works is his main sponsor. Additional sponsor of Saturn Safety. And he works on the car himself. Then we got David Gray pulling up to the line in his 1992 Mazda Miata. It's built to spec Miata specifications. His main sponsor is his wife. His head mechanic is his wife. And this is his first year running Knox. His current best time is 245.844. He's coming down from run 1 in by quite a few seconds. So now he's getting used to the run. We'll see what he does this run. Maybe he'll get an even better time. Started autocrossing and solo sprinting in 2004. He's won several solo class championships as well as an overall CSCC championship in 2014. Started rallycrossing in 2005. Great way to learn car control is rallycross because there's not much going straight on there. Also started Spec Miata in 2015 and won nothing, he says. Josh Rothenberger, 36 years old, out of Sylvan Lake, Alberta. Driving his 1995 240SX Nissan. It's got a built engine, road race spec suspension, chassis, and driveline. He main sponsors Alberta Racing Engines. I believe that's who built his engine in that car. I also used to drift a 240SX back in my day as well. I also had a built SR20. People call it God's motor. He'd like to thank his wife for putting up with all of his crazy hobbies. I think auto racing is also the craziest of the hobbies. His personal best at Knox is a 2:02.190, and I'm betting he's going to beat that by quite a bit. He's shaved 2 seconds from run one to run two already, so he's doing good. We got Don Smith in that crazy painted BMW, like a BMW art car from back in the 70s. It's a pretty cool motif he's got on there. He's got a previous year at Knox. In 2024, he was here and he ran a 2:08.163. Lots of guys from Alberta seem to be doing track days and stuff at Strawberry Creek, which is pretty cool. He'd like to thank his business partners for giving him time off for racing. He says the best thing about last year was blowing up another gearbox, but that might be about the worst thing from last year. I'm not sure. And in his second run, he's actually beat his personal best in run one and ran a little bit slower in run two, but I think he got a little bit of that drizzle that was coming down, so he might have had a little less traction. We'll see what he does. And newcomer Charlie Smith, 26 years old, out of Penticton, BC, running his 2002 Rally Subaru WRX. Started racing when he was 10. Oval track racing, I'm sure probably at Penticton Speedway, where I did announcing as well. He'd like to thank Avion Motorsports and his father that helps the mechanic on the loose late and that helps mechanic on those late nights. Sorry. He is starting to stage rally racing, which is super fun. I will probably see him in the near future. Roger Flesher, 76 years old. Racing in one of my personal favorite cars from the 60s, the Sunbeam Tiger. If all of you guys remember Maxwell Smart, he drove a Sunbeam Tiger. And if you know who Maxwell Smart is, it tells me your age. His current best time is a 2:30.094. In 1999, he ran a 2:06. I'm sure he's not pushing that car as hard as it can go for sure. Not that many of those left. Weren't that many of them to begin with. And I'm very much with Matt about the V8s. There's just something about a V8 sound that just so good. Of course, those would have had like a 260 V8 in them from the factory. Now it's got a 378 cubic inch motor. Matt Sinfield in his 1997 Honda Civic out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. His main sponsor, Fusion Charger Electrical and Maximum Mechanical and Speed Tech. He's done 3 years now at Knox Mountain. In 2025, he ran a 202. Started racing when he was a teenager in ice racing. A lot of ice racing guys here. I've only done a couple of ice racing things myself. Not a lot, but it definitely teaches you car control, that's for sure. All right, Sherry Anthony on the line now in her 2006 Nissan 350Z. She's got a custom roll cage from Cage Kits. It's her fourth year now at Knox in the same car. In 2025, she ran a 206 with a 1. So far today, she's ran a 208 742, so not pushing it today, probably saving the car for tomorrow. She'd like to thank Grand Forks Realty and Logan Noel. So we got Aaron Najjar as the fastest so far today with a 154, followed by Greg Kavoris with a 155 and an 8. So already seeing some pretty fast times up the hill. Now we have Brian Sinfield in that 1980 RWB Porsche. Of course, this one sounding a little different than your regular Porsche because it's got a Honda K24 engine in it, which is crazy to me, but it seems to be working. His best time in 2017 was in a 1990 Miata Turbo with a 205 267. He'd like to thank Jesse White for sharing his car. His main sponsor is SpeedTech Racing Development, and has been at Knox for 10 years now. So he's not new to the mountain for sure. And then we got 81 years young Ken Staples in a 1990 Dodge Neon. It's got a race-prepped engine, adjustable coilover suspension, LSD transmission, and all the other class-allowed modifications. In 1977, he ran a 2-minute .812. I believe that was in a Sunbeam Tiger as well.
Ken Staples had the opportunity last year to share the Roger Flesher car, the Sunbeam Tiger. And as I say, great to see Roger back, great to see Ken back. So Ken Staples looking to improve, but not with that car, not on his personal best. This is Julian Pascal, 36 years old, from Edmonton, Alberta, and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club. The car is a 2002 Subaru. It's got suspension, cage, stripped interior, 200 treadwear tires, exhaust intake, a turbo upgrade, and a tune. His mechanic is Vitor Pascal. I'm going to assume that's a relative. 2 years previously racing at Knox. His best ever is 2 minutes flat, 0.67. And this will be his first run to the top today. We don't have any other times for the practice run from earlier. And that particular time from last year was actually in the same car. So seeing if he can drop down under the 2-minute barrier this weekend. He started doing go-karts at the age of 7. Do not let age stop you from racing. We have everything from, guys that started racing at 7 to Ken Staples at 81 still racing. So super cool. Sorry, we've got slow computers here. This is Aaron Schmidt, 34 years old, from Kelowna, a member of the Sports Car Club of BC, racing in a 1989 Honda Civic. Tons of fancy engine work. He's got a high voltage piston girdle, titanium trunnion valves, straight cut input shaft phaser, carbon fiber intake exchanger, triple disc wane shaft. I think he's making all that up, to be honest. Ceramic bobbin bearings. And he says, and it still makes 91 horsepower. That's what he says, 91. And he's also in search of sponsors. Ideally a coffee roaster or perhaps an organic vegetable grower. Aaron Schmidt looking to improve on a 208.898. Oh, yeah, we will. Fisherman's Friend will be our friend for the rest of the weekend. Greg Petrosky, 38 years old, a member of Speedy Goat from Oliver. He's a mechanical engineer, and he's driving a 2001 Subaru Impreza 2.5 RS. Quick car. Last year turned a 154.520. He's only run Knox for, this is his 7th year, but very quick. So far today, a 202.0. And then a 158.5. 4 seconds, but he dropped 4 seconds just from his first to his second run. So 4 seconds is nothing. Aaron Najjar does all of the work on the car at Boost Barn Motorsports, as well as Chrissy Brown. So great to see Greg Petrosky back and pushing hard. And this is Evan Pruss, 26 years old, from the Calgary Kart Racing Club out of Red Deer. He is a professional student. He's driving a 1972 Chevrolet Corvette C3. If you know your Corvettes, of course, C1 to the current edition C8 Corvette. Sponsored by Ticker Tape Racing, Overdrive Motorsports, and his mechanic is Mike Pruss, and yes, he is a first-timer here. He's been involved in karting and autocross, drag strip. He's got a lap record with a shifter kart. And he would like to thank everyone who has helped me grow as a racer and all the friends he's made along the way. He got to experience the Las Vegas Super Nationals and race with the best kart racers in the world. Well done, Evan Pruss. That would have been a lot of fun. This is Juan Garcia, 40 years old, from Fort St. John, BC. He's a welder fabricator who likes sim racing. I'll bet that's what encouraged him to buy this car, because this is a just like top of the heap car when you go into sim racing. The Nissan Skyline GTR. Super, super cool car. This has a large 3-liter block, a single Borg Warner turbo, and running 700 horsepower into an 8-speed paddle-shifted transmission. At 8 stock, folks, not even a little bit. Titanium side exhaust, modernized all-wheel drive, and engine management system, fully adjustable suspension, all the good stuff. Very fast car. Third year here, a 158 246. He's 1/10 off of a personal best. So his first timed run, a 158.34. His personal best, a 158.24. Literally 1/10 off a personal best for Juan Garcia. Did you say 9-7? David Higdon, 50 years old and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club from Fort McMurray. He is driving a 1990 Ford Mustang. Does the car sound different? Does it sound non-Ford-like? Come on, you guys that have got those tuned ears. Does that not sound like an LS1? Well, should. It's been motor swapped. And you know what? I'm all for it. I'm all for you put in what you've got. You make work what you think makes the most power. You make work what you've got. Like, it's just simple. You know, you don't want to, like, if he bought the car as a shell and he had a motor, you throw it in. So anyway, well done, David Higdon. It is LS1 swapped. It's got a Tremec transmission, then, of course, the yellow Coney coilovers. He's sponsored by Fire Pros Racing, and he is a first-timer here at Knox, so welcome, David. He's been racing since 2018 on a local dirt track in Fort McMurray. His first run, a 2:19. His second run, a 2:09. Dropped 10 seconds in his first to second run. So who knows where David Higdon will go with this. I'm excited to see. How about you? Things are proceeding slowly at the moment. Not sure why. Just like our internet. All right, there he goes. David Higdon, looking to improve on that 2:09. I'm looking forward to a nice big jump, drop down in time. This is another first-timer here at Knox. This is Cornelius Rempel, 33 years old, from Abbotsford, BC, who's in construction, and he loves cars. He's driving a 1996 Honda Civic. He's got an H2B swap, which is an H22 engine with a B-series gearbox. It's got rally spec polycarbonate windows, a full roll cage, and adjustable suspension. He started rallying in 2016, and that's transitioned into autocross and track days at Mission Raceway down in the Lower Mainland. He competed in a rally cross at Thunder Mountain up by Big White, you know, the old drag strip. Thunder Mountain, yeah. They do rally cross up there. He co-drove in a stage rally over the 2017-2018 season, and he was the first stage rally driver at PFR, Pacific Forest Rally. Came first in the stage rally as the driver at Pacific Forest Rally in Merritt. He would like to thank Dave Stevenson for all of his support and work. He is the national two-wheel drive podium finisher at Pacific Forest Rally. Very good. Congratulations. His first run, a 2:16. First run today was a 2:16.1. Then he backed that up with a 2:15.5. So improved by 0.6 of a second. Eric Raylinger, if you're in earshot range, do you know if you have any batteries for my microphone? Thank you. Apparently, we have to roll David Higdon back down. Not sure if there was a mechanical problem, but anyway, they're rolling him back down, and he's, well, we'll see when he gets down here. May have been a timing failure, or who knows. But David Higdon in the black LS swapped Mustang is on his way back down the hill. All right, so while we're taking a brief break, we want to thank Leavitt Machinery, our event title sponsor. Without them, a lot of this would be, well, impossible. They provided lift equipment that we use both before and after the event. So all of the big things you see up, like that start banner and the poles that support it, those were all done using lift equipment from Leavitt Machinery. So thank you very much to them for all they've done for us for the last 15 plus years. They do have a booth in the infield, so make sure you pop over there to see them about all your lifting needs. I have a bad back. Can you help me with that? Kelowna Chrysler is our video wall title sponsor. Plus, they provide us with 4 vehicles, a Dodge Challenger for our clerk, and a 3 Ram trucks for event support, plus a cash sponsorship. So thank you very much. Of course, all of these things that you see around you all cost money. Fencing, video screens, everything you see literally around you costs somebody money, and it's all done courtesy of all of these sponsors who do all of this wonderful volunteer or support work to help put this event on. So let's give everybody a round of applause, please, for all of our sponsors. And now David Higdon thinks this is about him. Woo! You're welcome, David. Yes, congratulations. You did so good. But again, yes, our sponsors are invaluable. And as I said, we couldn't do this without you. So thank you very much for everything you do. So we must have had a timer failure because he's down at the bottom again and is rerunning. The only time we generally rerun someone if there's been a timer failure in the bottom half, or there's been recognized at the bottom half of the hill. So, yeah.
So we're just getting David Higdon just reset up to go back up the hill. Great when we can catch this so they don't ruin the run and get to rerun it. So that way they're not wasting that whole time going up the hill, burning off tires and fuel.
All right, thanks to SW for re-batterying my mic. Is that a thing? Re-batterying? Yeah, Garrett, thank you very much from SW for getting me back. Gareth, yes. Not Garrett, that's someone else altogether who hasn't run yet this weekend. He did blow a transmission prior to this week. So Garrett Mealing with the all-wheel drive Eagle Talon that is often in the top 2, 3, 4 cars for the last several years. He's not running so far this weekend. And he did tell me about taking the transmission out because he blew the input shaft in it. And he showed me a photo of the shaft. The shaft had been, looks like previously broken because half of this broken shaft was rusty. The other half was a fresh break. So it was super interesting to look at this picture of his input shaft that held together through the whole hill climb last year. Same transmission. Anyway, it broke on a pre-run earlier in the week, and so he's had to replace the transmission, well, repair the transmission. But anyway, we don't see him out here so far this weekend. Okay, so that's Cornelius Rempel on his way, looking to improve on that 2:15.5. My sister's dyslexic. This is Brian Smith, 56 years of age, from Bellingham, Washington, an aerospace engineer who's now retired. The car is a 2018 Chevrolet Camaro ZL1 or ZL1, depending on whether you're Canadian or American or just weird. It's got a CMS bolt-in 4-point roll cage, a Sparco race seat or seats, 5-point harness, Giro disc brake rotors and pads, and then Hoosier tires on it. So he's got the super sticky, street legal tires on the car. His best time from last year turned to 2:04.4. Last year was his first year here. This is his second. He's currently at a 2:07.3. Very close, like almost 3 seconds exactly off of his personal best. These cooler temperatures seem to be not seem to be. They are better for making more power, especially if you're turbocharged or supercharged. But yeah, it's always better for power, and as long as the track is warm, it will work. So super excited. Oh, yeah, that's ZL1, 650, just lots and lots of horsepower and torque, stock. This is Amanda Shuffles, such a lovely woman. I was chatting with her yesterday and the day before. So good to see Amanda back racing. She is driving in a 1994 Honda Civic, running a B16A motor swap, sponsored by Second Gen Racing and Overtime Repair. Her best previous time was a 2:10.3. Amanda, you said you were going to take it easy till last run tomorrow. How did you go 3 seconds faster? Woo! Way to go, Amanda. A 3-second improvement and a personal best for Amanda Shuffles with a 2:07.564. Literally, she said, I'm just going to take it easy. This is a new car. They basically completely overhauled their old car from last winter. And so everything in it's new. And she says, I'm just going to take it easy. You know, like I'll do my fast run on my last run on Sunday. And, you know, she's 3 seconds faster on her second run today. Well done, Amanda Shuffles. It's always fun talking to people before the event and, you know, getting details on what they're thinking and such like. And so that was a great conversation I had with Amanda. This is Kevin Wall celebrating his anniversary to his wife, Bonnie. And she's celebrating her anniversary to him. You know, 17 years, long time. Congratulations, you guys. 40-year-old from Port Coquitlam. He's a member of the Cars on Ice racing group. His whole family, including his mother, Sherry Wall, have been involved in the Knox Mountain Hill Climb, in ice racing, in road racing, in everything. Sherry Wall, a respected member of the racing community throughout BC, honestly. And this is her first year not being at Knox Mountain for over 40 years. So congratulations, Sherry, for retiring. We miss you desperately. Kevin is looking to improve on a 2:04.968, currently sitting at a 2:06.2. So less than 2 seconds away from a personal best. Go get him, Kevin. Oh, wait. No, this is 3 on the line. Yeah, 3's on the line. Oh, I just finished talking about it. Yeah. Okay, don't give me that far in advance. If they're not up at the line, don't tell me. Wait to tell me? I thought that was Kevin leaving. Okay, so apparently that's Kevin Wall. I wasn't looking up. Yeah, Kevin Wall is sitting at the line, not on his way up the hill. But warming up behind him is a Kelowna guy. Well, Lake Country, technically. Lives just works just a few miles from my place. After having lived in Kelowna my whole life, living out in Lake Country and loving it. A little less city, a little more country. Yeah. This is Kyle Reimerchuk, 37 years old, from the Knox Mountain Motorsports Club, located in Lake Country. He's a mechanical engineer and he loves racing and his family. The car is a 1991 Honda CRX with a B18C engine swap, running coilover suspension, aftermarket distributorless ignition, Acura front brakes, and more. He is sponsored by UBR Services, the family business, copying and all that fun paper stuff. Also sponsored by Souk Marine Center and Dancia Motors. Mechanic is his brother, John Reimerchuk, and Pete Holm. 3 previous years here at Knox Mountain. His best time previously was in a Datsun 510. 15 years ago, he turned a 218.8. Right now, he's running very consistent 227s that are 0.3 of a second apart. Another local-ish driver. This is Richard Yatsina from Penticton. So that's local, right? Come on, computer. Yeah, this is really disappointing. I can't get into the information. Come on. There we go. There we go. It is a 1990 Mazda Miata running spec Miata suspension, plus an exhaust header. He is sponsored by his Canada Pension Plan and Old Age Security. He's 67 years old and retired. Well, he says he has no occupation. I'm going to go with retired. He's been racing here at Knox since 2002. His best ever is a 215.3 in a different Miata, a red spec Miata. So Richard Yatsina looking to improve. This weekend, he set a 224 and then a 225. So looking to improve on that. And he's about 10 seconds off his best ever, which, again, was in a different car. So we missed Gail Baird last time round because we had mechanical issues here with microphones and such like. But Gail Baird, nice to see you back here. 78 years old, from Ladner, and one of the busiest road racing retirees ever. She retired, and then she decided she wanted to take up racing. So cool. The car's a 1991 Honda Civic, but it's not the only race car she has. She also has a Formula V, and she races both of them on most race weekends. Like, most people have a hard time having one race car, and she's running 2 of them. She must have an amazing crew. Of course, thank you to Burton Reynolds from Second Gen Racing for all the car prep, and to her crew, Debbie Simpson. She's also raced down in Seattle at Pacific Raceways. She is looking to improve on a 221.6. Right now, she's done 228 and 233 this weekend. And she is sponsored by Noah's Ark Pet Treats and Second Gen Racing. That's Gail Baird. 78 years old. Did I mention that? This is Ryan Gerstmar, one of our new racers here this weekend. 50 years old, from Lumsden, Saskatchewan. That's a long haul. Glad you came out, Ryan. He is a business analyst, and he's driving a 2005 Honda Accord with a 3.7-liter V6, coilover suspension, and a bunch of aero work. Everything from a wing to a front splitter, diffuser on the back, a flat bottom under it, all of those things make the car grip in the corners. And that's what you need here at Knox Mountain. He's sponsored by Drive One at TELUS.net and Jeff Auto Repair. He's actually started drag racing in 2004. What does it say? Fastest spin off the track. Second lap ever in a race car, and he spun the car off the road at Brainerd International Raceway, a very fast racetrack. He also drag raced prior to that for about a decade, winning the Sport Compact Championship in 2012, 2014, and 2016. He's an even year kind of guy at SIR. And he was doing that in a supercharged Del Sol. He would like to thank his wife, Ryan Gersmore, looking to improve on a 2:27. He did DNF in his second run, his first timed run. That was when he ended up coming back down, ended up off the track. What'd you say? Cal? Cal? Who? Sometimes if I just say your name, just repeat it. This is Norm Hayton, 44 years old, from Surrey, and a member of VCMC, the Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club. The car is a 2006 Honda Civic Si. Engine mods include intake, header, and exhaust, and a tune. The suspension mods include coilovers, some camber, sway bars, and some really sticky tires. And he is sponsored by RaceGear.ca, Boost Barn Motorsports, DG Motorsports, and Lordco. 4 years previously racing here at Knox. Best time ever was set 2 years ago. Turned a 2:02.646, sitting at a 2:03.8. So 1.2 seconds off a personal best. It's going to be a good weekend for Norm Hayton. This is John Wright, the one and only John Wright, who's got a birthday coming up, and it should be in the next 4 or 5 days. He usually has his birthday over the May long weekend, but it's early this year. So happy early birthday, buddy. 60 years old currently. He's from Falkland, and he's a forklift whisperer. He does that for Leavitt Machinery. He would like to thank Leavitt Machinery, his wife Kelly, of course. Great to see you here, Kelly, and all the volunteers. This car is a 1990 BMW E30. He has listed the modifications as some of Mother Nature's lightning. In brackets, it should say rust. His additional sponsor, other than Leavitt Machinery, is also his kids' college fund. Oops. He's looking to improve on a 2:06.28 set 9 years ago in a Mustang. Right now, he's about 3.5 seconds off the best. Wait and see what he does this weekend. Here is another one of our local racing heroes. This is Case Nearup, 68 years old, a member of the Sports Car Club of BC. He's got one of those resumes that you kind of go, ho-hum. No, I only raced at Le Mans in a factory Porsche race car. Yeah, kind of, one of those. Been there, done that, Congratulations to Case. Great to have you back. It's been a few years since he's been here. The car is a 1972 Datsun 280Z. He is sponsored by Dutchway, which I have to get a little confirmation, but I'm pretty sure it's the racing series. It's an enduro racing series run out of Area 27, where he is a driving instructor coach. And he's also sponsored by Area 27. His mechanic, of course, Jim Keller, who's been around building racing cars here for, decades. He actually sold me my first Formula Ford. Case has raced 8 years at Knox. His best ever is a 149.9 and is in, I believe, the top 10 for fastest drivers cars ever here at Knox. This is another one of our longtime drivers here at Knox. This is Fred Del Perro. This is old information, but this is Fred. He's 61 years old. He's been racing at Knox Mountain since he was 16 years old, and he's raced 41 years here. His best time ever was a 2-minute flat, .879, and he set that back in 09. He's currently sitting at a 2:07.947. Fred Del Perro is the general manager of ETAL Motors in Edmonton and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club. Racing in vintage class. The car is a 1969 extremely rare factory race car, Alfa Romeo 1300 GTA with aluminum bodywork. Like just it's a super amazing, extremely rare, extremely valuable car, and very cool to see Fred bring it out and been bringing it out for 40 plus years. Yeah, very, very cool. Great to see you again, Fred. I'm glad you're here. Hey, somebody just dropped off. Somebody just dropped. If you've lost a blue sweater that says, or hoodie, sorry, a blue hoodie that says Seton Secondary School on it, Seton Secondary, a blue hoodie. If you can tell us roughly what size it is, it's yours. No, if you've lost one, please come and see the announcing trailer behind the food trucks up against the start line, or the track. This is another one of our longest, no, actually, not one of. Larry Sandham is the longest recorded driver in Knox Mountain history for coming to Knox to race. 45 years Larry Sandham's been racing here at Knox. His first time was in 1973. I was 12. Larry's 76, from Victoria, and he's a former military and Zamboni driver. The car is a 1978 Mini Vauxhall. This is his most recent engine. It's a 2.2-liter Vauxhall engine. Tons and tons of work to the car. That little toy only weighs 1,375 pounds. Crazy lightweight. He's sponsored by Hunter's Classic Sports Cars in Victoria. He does almost all the work himself with some help from Neil Trieger and Dennis Obi. His best time ever, a 1:59.925, set back in 07. And he's currently sitting like 2:14.0. Again, I think another one of those cases of, you know, let's just get the car to the top and have some fun. Again, 45 years as a driver here at Knox Mountain. Longest racing driver period ever here at Knox. Super cool. We are going to take a quick break and throw on some of Kelowna's classic rock, playing live from K96.3.
We're back. That is Scott Hewlin taking off from the line. He's driving that 1991 Chevy Camaro. That is one of the original Players Challenge cars, the 1LE R7U, the very rare combination that made it a Players Challenge car. That was, again, another one of those showroom stock spec series that had both Camaros and Pontiac Trans Ams. Anyway, Scott Hewlin on his way up, looking to improve on a 214-1. This is Charles Andre, 65 years old, from Victoria Motorsports Club, living in Duncan. He's an actor stunt coordinator. That's a field my niece wants to get into, Steffi. Steffi, you need to go meet Charles Andre and talk to him. Haha, because she lives in Duncan area as well. The car is a 1982 Renault R5, and it is a replica of the R5 Turbo, which had the motor in the back. It was a mid-engine, essentially, Renault R5, but highly modified. Well, that was modified even more because it doesn't even have the Renault engine in it. It has a Honda powertrain. So super, super cool car. Best ever is a 208 213, or the 208 in 2013. But that was in a 79 Pontiac Trans Am. His best so far, a 223.9. This is Greg Kavouras Jr. We've had senior racing here previously, and they were both originally registered to run here. The car is a 2004 Chevy Corvette C5. What a beautiful car, and fast. It is basically stock drivetrain, so stock engine, transmission, and diff. But then they've added tons of cooling everywhere. Look at the hood. You see the vents in the hood to get air out from underneath. They've upgraded the suspension with thicker sway bars, bigger front brakes, spoiler, splitter, etc. But basically a stock car. Currently, and the last time I looked, second fastest car this weekend so far with a 155.890. Now he's 0.3 of a second, or 3 seconds off a personal best, but still, very fast car. This one is Gary Lowhughes' car. It is a 1985 Toyota Corolla with Gary driving. He's 61 years old, from Calgary, and he's an automotive tech. And as I said, 1985 Toyota Corolla, but for those of you from, the video game, this is an AE86. Sponsored by GTS Racing, Tuner Works. It's a performance shop in Calgary for Porsche, Audi, and Mercedes. His mechanic is Kevin Lee. 8 years racing at Knox. At 2:03.343 is his best. Sitting at a 2:07.4 for his practice run. So about 4 seconds off the pace. I threw in a shout out. I heard. So now I'll just walk up to him. Hey, I'm the niece that the announcer was talking about. This is Steve Percival from Salmo, driving a 1991 Honda Civic. He's a VTEC swapped the head. He's welded the front diff, totally gutted the dash. Now, a welded front diff, it's great, but it has its drawbacks. It's not a limited slip. Literally, when you get into the corner, it's interesting to drive, especially on a front-wheel drive car. So good for you, Steve Percival. He is down to a 2:14.7, which is 2 seconds off the pace from last year. In a 1991 Honda Civic. 4 years racing at Knox, member of the Sports Car Club of BC, and 43 years old. Steve looking to improve.
We've had a car hit a marmot. Yes, we have. Yes, it hurt the car a lot. Well, actually, it hurt the marmot too. But yeah. It did a lot of damage to the car. Because the guy thought this was the marmot.
On the line is Sean Leslie, 40 years old, from the Sports Car Club of BC. Lives in West Kelowna and enjoys racing. The car is a 1998 Honda Civic with a K-swapped engine, roll cage, seat, harnesses, coilovers, traction bars, sway bars, and then 6-piston Willwood brakes. Sponsored by MDA Fabrication and Valleywide Custom Builders. His mechanic from MDA is Mac Harris, and he is a first-timer here at Knox. Sean Leslie, welcome to Knox Mountain. The key is to get to the top on every run, Sean. No matter what anybody tells you, just get to the top. No mistakes. So take it easy. Good luck and have fun. He's started racing 20 years ago in autocross, so nice to see him make that next step into road racing, hill climbing, etc. He's also done some time attack. He would like to thank MDA Fabrication and Valleywide Custom Builders. He says the best thing about last year was the successful testing of the car he built in the autocross season in Okanagan. This is Michael Patora, 27 years old, from Kelowna, and is a machinist. He is driving a 1998 Honda Civic, running a B20 VTEC swapped motor and fully adjustable suspension. He is sponsored by Legacy Tire and OPT Precision Tool. He's raced 3 years previously here at Knox. His best ever is a 206.3, currently sitting at a 210.3. So sitting about 4 seconds off the pace, but it's still very early in the weekend. He started racing, doing autocross here in Kelowna, and then he went to Mission Raceway Track in 2019, and immediately he said he was hooked. And he's been racing whenever possible ever since. This is some old farmer guy from Kelowna, Alan Reed. He's actually been one of our organizers, volunteers, since, well, before I was here, so before 1984. He's been racing here since 1987. The car is a 1970 MGB GT V8. The car was home built by Brian Browning. They took the body off the car, cut out the entire frame, built a tube frame for it. It's an extremely fast car. It's been the king of the hill multiple times. It has the potential to be there. Alan Reed just needs to go a little faster, that's all. Good luck, Alan. Best ever 149.7, sitting at a 157.3. Also, he'd like to thank Brian Browning, the guy who built the entire car. Jesse White, 911. Come on. This is Jesse White, 39 years old, from the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, out of Edmonton. He's a mechanic. And the car is a 1980 Porsche 911 with a Honda K24 turbo engine swap. They've got an RWB body kit on it. Tons of other stuff. Willwood brakes, electronic dash, KW suspension, radium fuel cell, and more. They're sponsored by Runami and SpeedTech Racing Develop, as well as Alberta Race Engines. And his mechanic is Jesse White. 2 years previously racing at Knox. His best ever is at 205.9 in the same car, and he's about 3 seconds off the pace of that. This is Austin Cumming, 27 years old, from Fort St. John, a member of the Peace Region Motorsport Association, and he's a heavy-duty mechanic. The car is a 2006 Mazda RX-8 with coilovers. A little bit of paint work. Probably running a stock RX-8 rotary engine. It's a two-rotor design. If you've never heard or driven a rotary engine, they have the most unbelievable red line. Like, you can rev them out like crazy. I had the opportunity to race one once, and it was really fun. It was actually an RX-7. But, yeah, great fun. That was basically the spiritual successor to the RX-7s and kind of failed, well, not kind of, definitely failed miserably, but it does have its own cult following, the Mazda RX-8. And Austin is a new driver here at Knox Mountain. This is Jennifer Ocker, our reigning King of the Hill, multi-year reigning King of the Hill, Queen of the Hill, excuse me. 59 years old and a member of the Sports Car Club of America. She is from Eugene, Oregon, and the CEO of a medical nonprofit. The car is a 2004 Subaru WRX STI in Hyperlight Yellow, and it has literally all the mods. Not going to go into it. Sponsored by PRE Racing in Portland, Oregon. 7 years racing at Knox. Best ever, a 152.007, which is .003 off the women's record, set by a woman in a Formula car, Susan Hageman. That was set back in 1990. So this Subaru going as fast as a Formula car by .003. That's a fast car. Right now, she's about 9 seconds off of her previous best, but she's just warming up. Jennifer Ocker looking to get a new personal best and set a new women's record, beating a Formula car. Well done, Jennifer. This is Matt Jasmine, 29 years old, from Sherwood Park, Alberta, a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, and he's driving a 1996 Honda Civic that is black, and it has lots of modifications. Let's elaborate just a little bit next time, Matt. He is not a rookie. He's been here for 3 years. His best ever is a 207.963, currently sitting at a 220.5. So a solid 13 seconds off previous best. He started racing as doing ice racing in 2020. Then he got involved in road racing and hasn't looked back. And he said the best thing about last year is the fact that he didn't crash here at the hill climb. This is Dave Stevenson from Coldstream, just up the lake from me. 42 years old and a member of the Knox Mountain Motorsports Club. This car has been a work, like a labor of love, I would call it. He bought this car originally as a rough car and has spent the entire, well, I'm not even sure, over a year working on it and stripped it literally right down to the bones and then has completely rebuilt the car. It is super exciting to see Dave out here with this. It's a 2000 Subaru 2.5 RS. The car was last rallied, not raced, but it was rallied back in 2009, and then it's just hung out in various yards in various states of disrepair ever since. He did a complete full rebuild, and it literally came to him as a shell of a car with nothing. He did all the work on it himself. 10 years racing at Knox. His best ever is a 212.955, and I believe that was in his Peugeot. Best time so far is about 12 seconds off the pace with a 224. This is Bjorn Trapp, 55 years old, from Enderby, BC, and a member of the Speed Fanatics. The car is a 2019 Polaris Slingshot. Now, when you think about, a Polaris Slingshot, isn't there supposed to be one wheel on the back, two wheels on the front, one wheel on the back? Well, this is a mod. It is a bullet speed four-wheel conversion. Super cool. He's swapped out a motor. He's running a 2.4-liter Chevy Ecotec crate engine with a ZZ Performance Stage 2 Turbo, race clutch, QA1 coilers, blah, 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 goes on and on. His best time ever, a 157 in his Dwarf, so one of the early cars that he ran here. Currently sitting at a 2:03.6, only 6 seconds off the pace with this Polaris. So interesting to see how he does this weekend. Looking to see a personal best out of Bjorn Trapp. This is Nathan Robinson driving in a very beautiful, very rare colored Honda S2000. It's a 2001. Nathan is a rookie here at Knox Mountain, so welcome, Nathan Robinson. Great to have you here. Glad you chose to race with us. He's been racing for 3 years at Mission Raceway down in the Lower Mainland. 54 years old from Coquitlam. I'm guessing a virtually stock S2000 because he doesn't list any mods. I had looked at these back when I was purchasing my Cobra and decided against this because I knew eventually I would end up selling it, buying a Cobra if the right one came up. So, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of cars kind of in that sort of same era of price and look and performance. And that was one of them. And they're, like I said, a super cool car. Almost, you know, pulled a trigger on something, one of those, but yeah, no. On the line, this is Aaron Najjar from Aldergrove, 34 years old, and the owner of Boost Barn Motorsports, of whom is a sponsor of multiple cars here, and if I'm not mistaken, a partial sponsor of our video screen. Anyway, great to have Aaron Najjar here again. I believe at this point, without looking at the most recent times, fastest car here so far this weekend with the 154.598, and Greg Kavoris Jr. in that blue Corvette, second behind him. Now, again, I haven't looked at any of the runs from the previous cars ahead of him in this run group, but still very, very fast. Aaron Najjar is looking at a very fast and top 5 minimum, if not fastest driver of the weekend. By the way, that's a 500 horsepower all-wheel drive, everything done, turbo kit, sequential transmission. It just goes on and on. And again, Boost Barn Motorsports owner, sponsored by his wife. He would like to thank his wife, Ekta. He says, my shop crew, Sebastian, Costa, and Josh. Fast car this weekend. Yep. This is Richard Arienzale, 39 years old and a member of the Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club from Vancouver. Former driver here at Knox, but just a couple of times, and it was in a 1998 Dodge Neon. So he's gone from the Dodge Neon, bottom of the Dodge pile, to the Dodge Viper, the top of the Dodge pile, with nothing in between. Good for you, Richard. I love it. The Dodge Viper was another one of those things that I was looking at. But again, you know, Cobra was calling my name. But this is a former Speed Vision World Challenge car. It was actually built right into a race car from day one, way back in the late 90s, and then he's just refreshed it over the last 2 winters. So super cool car, sitting at a 2:08.7. And that's a personal best for Richard by 4 seconds. This is Nick Wood, 54 years old from Kamloops. I'm a member of the WCRA, that's a Western Canadian Rally Association. The car is a 1971 Datsun 1200. It's a it's a current stage rally car with a naturally aspirated SR20 race engine that revs to 9,200 RPM. That's like S2000 RPMs. But it's only a 1200, like it's a teeny tiny little engine, short stroke. Yeah, not surprising. Super cool car. Sequential gearbox. That's got a Ford 8.8-inch rear end in it. Like, that's the same thing in my Cobra. Like, that's a big diff in that little thing. But it's an independent rear suspension, so super cool car. Love it. Nick Wood, super fast. Best ever is a 202, currently sitting 212, 246. Nick Wood, looking to improve on his 212. Cal. Yeah. This is Mike Merich on the line, 49 years old, from Vancouver and a member of the VCMC. The car is a 2015 Porsche GT3 Cup race car, built as a race car right from the factory. You cannot just buy these and drive them on the street. They are a full-blown race car, again, spec car racing at its finest. It is completely stock. He's sponsored by Petrol Data Systems. His previous best was a 150-something back in a Formula Ford. I do remember that. He was running around the same years I was, back in the late 80s. No, he says it was 2012. Well, anyway, I remember Mike from way back. Nice to see him back. Currently sits at a 204.3 with the car. Yeah, Mike Merich has been around for a while. This is Dave Lockwood. 2 years racing at Knox previously. His best time was last year. Did a 209.3. I'm not going to say I believe the time that they've posted for him. That doesn't make sense. They've listed it at a 158.8 for Dave Lockwood, and I don't believe that's correct. That's car number 28. It's a 2006 Nissan 350Z. Maybe somebody can take a look at that. It's got coilovers, sponsored by Hydro Fanatics, Racing Greed, and his mechanic is Barry Petipus. He started racing when he was 20 years old, and he's 59, from Langley and a member of the Sports Car Club of BC. This is Brett Haviland, 42-year-old, member of the Sports Car Club of BC, from Chilliwack. He's a mechanic who likes fishing and long walks on the beach. No. A 1993 Dodge Colt with a 4G 63T swap, the all-wheel drive swap, you know, the Evo 1. That would not have been easy. Well done. Kirkpatrick Auto is the sponsor. Brett is a first-timer here at Knox Mountain. He has done road racing at Mission Raceway. He was he finished his novice license last year. So well done, Brett. He's also done some autocross. His best time this weekend, a 209.360. And the best thing about last year was the fact that he did complete the road racing program for novices. This is Basil Santamaria, 29 years old, from Sydney, Australia. He's a member of the Western Canadian Ice Racing Association. Western Canada Ice Racing. Anyway, it used to be, well, we used to call it Wicker Basket because there were so many initials and that's sort of what it spelled. This is a 2006 Honda Civic SI. Color is called Habanero. He's got coilover suspension and a very stock engine, the mighty Honda K20. His sponsor is Boost Barn Motorsports and his very loving wife. He is also sponsored by Team Hayton, and he's, of course, having Norman Hayton let him use the car. Mechanic is a race engineer, Seb Nowicki. He's raced 5 years here at Knox. His best ever was a 150.4 last year in a white Subaru STI. He started racing in 1997. That's Basil Santamaria. This is David Naveau, 68 years old, from Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club, living in Surrey, and is a film and video person. Just says, yeah, self-employed. The car is a Formula Libre class X Legends car. So there'll be some Legends coming up following this, but this is the body-off version of a Legends car. And it's completely modified, built to go hill climbing and road racing with. He's not worried about being a Legends class car. He's got a big overboard Yamaha motor in it, race carbs, bodywork all stripped, wings added, modified suspension, Hoosier tires. Sponsored by Advanced Film and Video, Willie Vass, Gord McMartin, and Chris Roger. And his crew chief is Rick Naveau. 25 years racing at Knox Mountain. His best ever is a 154.9, sitting at a 2:08.8 from his first run, and his second run he did not come to the line for it. Scott Lown's on the line, 54 years old, in the BC Legends Club, with his replica, a 5/8 scale replica of a 1937 Chevy Coupe. Second year racing here at Knox Mountain. Don't have a previous best run for him. So far this weekend, his quickest run is a 2:25.7. That was during his practice run, so it will not go towards an official time. So we'll see if he picks up, because he slowed down a little bit on his second run. Scott says he got into Legends when his friend bought a second car, and he got an opportunity to race that at Mission. He says then last year, at the end of the year, he got his own car, and he hasn't looked back, and he's loving it. He'd like to thank his wife, Sarah, his pit crew, M, which is his kid, and Winter, Wayne Goodwin, and Wayne Goodwin for getting me into this crazy sport. And he said the best thing about last year is he got into his own car, and he's been slowly improving. This is a legal Legend car. So again, a 5/8 replica. This one is of a 34 Ford. It is a full legal race Legend car, sponsored by Goodwin's Greenhouses. Wayne Goodwin is a first-timer here at Knox. His best time so far is down to a 2:11.786, and is a rookie here. He started racing 25 years ago, doing demolition derbies, oval track, lucky dog racing, which is endurance racing on the cheap. Super cool. That's probably one of the easiest ways to get into racing, because it's a multi-driver car racing series. So several drivers race the same car, you split costs, etc. Really good way to get into racing. He was the open wheel champ in 2025 for the Sports Car Club of BC, Legends car champ for the Sports Car Club of BC. He's got hundreds of hours of endurance racing. We have Bob Finney, another one of our BC Legends members, 42 years old, from Abbotsford, and his is a replica of a 34 Chevy. He is also a first-timer here at Knox. Started road racing at Mission in April of 2018 in a 1983 RX-7. Bob Finney looking to improve on a 2:23.1. There's some serious competition in this Legends class, and 4 or 5 of them in it. So super exciting to see where this goes over the weekend. I know we've got the last driver who was down into a 2:11, so we definitely have some interesting times ahead in the Legends class. This is Gordon Finney, related, I'm sure, to Bob Finney. 46 years old, in the BC Legends class, again from Abbotsford, racing a 37 Ford sedan. Finney Racing is the sponsor. Mechanic on the car is Dusty Halcrow. He also raced an RX-7 But he said it was too long ago to remember, and actually raced it here at Knox. But it was too long ago to remember what kind of a time he set. He said he started racing with his older brother. Maybe that's who Bob Finney is. They started racing when they were 17 at Mission Raceway. Now in their 40s, almost 30 years later. So he's looking to improve on a 218. So we've got them in the 211, 218, 220-ish. Yeah, some interesting competition in this Legends class. This is local Anthony Raylinger, 67 years old, from Kelowna, and a member of the Knox Mountain Motorsports Club, and a very valuable member of the organizing committee. Glad to see him back at the line with his car, despite all the other things he's been doing this weekend. 13 years racing at Knox. This year he's racing on brand new Hoosiers, which we will see. I'm excited to see how fast he will go. Previous best is a 158.2. His only run so far this weekend was a 204.4. Yeah, super excited. I got an opportunity to see one of his other cars, a very rare vintage 1970 Boss 302 Mustang that he bought in 1979. He's owned a 1979 Boss 302 since 1979. Super cool. Very, very cool old race car, the Boss 302s. I personally like the 69 better with the 4 headlights, but hey, I'd settle for a 70 if I got to keep my Cobra. This is Mike Thorne. Mike is 47 and from Edmonton and a member of the Edmonton Rally Club. The car is a 2005 Honda Accord with a 3.7-liter V6 motor, coilover suspension, lots of aero on it. He's done a wing, a rear diffuser at the bottom of the bumper. It's got a flat bottom on it, which helps air to flow smoothly under the car, under the front splitter, across the bottom and out through the diffuser. Helps with downforce, as does a wing on the back at the top. So lots of cool things that help the car stick to the ground. He is sponsored by Drive One at Talis.net and Jeff Auto Repair. Mike is looking to improve on a 206.2, which is a 12-second improvement from his first run. And he is a newcomer here at Knox. This is Andre Marziali, 59 years old, from Vancouver and a member of OPDA. The car is a 1999 sort of BMW M3, one of the most heavily modified BMWs I've ever seen. The roof has been chopped 4 inches. Many of the body panels are replaced with carbon fiber. This year, he's installed a new supercharger, a Rotrex supercharger on it. He has been the king of the hill here previously. It has been extremely fast, and obviously still is. His best ever is a 148.316, set 7 years ago. He only sits at a 156.7 now. So 8 seconds, and he's just only had, 2 runs. I'm excited to see where this car goes. It is very fast. It's a stroked, yeah, and he's just, smoking the tires going up the hill in second or third gear. Lots and lots of power, lots of aero. Yeah, it's a fast car. He will threaten for fastest time of day. A car that will not is Justine Boyers. This is a 1991 Mazda Miata. Love the color. My first Miata was actually that car right there. Love the Miata. It's a great car, excellent for racing. The joke in the auto industry is, what is the best car for everything? Mazda Miata. The Mazda Miata is the most raced car on any given weekend in the entire world. They've sold over 1 million of them. It's also the best-selling sports car in the world. But let's get back to Justine, Classified Motorsports General Manager. They are one of our sponsors here this weekend. She's looking to improve on a 221 from 2 years ago. Her sponsors are, of course, the shop, Classified Motorsports, EBC Brakes, and Lord Co. And, of course, her mechanic is her amazing boyfriend, Justin Schiller. 31 years old, from Kelowna, a member of the Sports Car Club of BC. Great to have Justine here as a sponsor and a racer. Her dad, Bob Boyer, who got her into racing, who registered for the weekend, cannot make it. The car has had terminal motor problem, and he will not be here for the weekend. So very sad to hear that. Bob Boyer, of course, raced the Datsun 510 V8, originally a purple one, now the red one. Anyway, very sad. Justine, no, not Justine. Which one? Okay, so we are having a red flag on the course at the moment. I will give you more information as we get it. So Justine Boyer will be getting the red flag. She will be stopped and parked or potentially turned around. Not Anthony? No? No, it was after that. Callie, can I have a car number? Thank you. So Andre Marziali's car. Driver is fine. Don't have the details of what has happened, but he is off in turn 8, which has tires and a lot of very solid rock. So we will be on a break here. Again, Andre Marziali, he is fine, but the car is off in turn 8. And so we will be a few minutes here. And we are, I believe, winding up the last run group, but we're now going to be a few minute break. Hang around. The Fields are going to be playing some rock for you at, well, as soon as we're done here with this run group. So we've got a live band, the Fields. They are going to be playing here some rock and other current music, etc. Be sure to stick around. In the meantime, we will start with going over our sponsor list again, which Ian will bring to you now.
All right, we're just going to give a quick shout out to our sponsors here today. Of course, our main sponsor, Leavitt Machinery. It's the title sponsor for our event, providing all the lift equipment and putting up all the stuff around here to keep everything on the go. Big shout out to Kelowna Chrysler. They're the title sponsor for the video wall that everybody's watching. They also provided us 4 vehicles for the event. A Dodge Challenger, I think it's actually a Charger. Also 3 other trucks. We're also going to thank Orchard View Builders, the title sponsor of our car show event. Go check out the car show if you haven't already. And of course, don't forget, when you're listening to the radio here at Knox Mountain Hill Climb, you're listening to K96.3 Kelowna's Classic Rock. They provide our free on-air listening and our numerous air mentions. Sunbelt Rentals, they gave us a great deal on the fencing for this event, and it looks mighty fine. Keeps everybody safe and everybody from walking where they shouldn't. Mario's Towing, they've been supplying us our trucks and some other stuff here for over many decades now. Almost 30 years. It must be at least 20 for sure. Concast, they provide all the concrete barriers that keep the cars on the track where they need to be, and then, all the other stuff. Also like to thank Kelowna, City of Kelowna. They let us use the park for the weekend, and, without them, we wouldn't be able to do this, so big thanks to them. They've been letting us use it for 60-plus years now. Since 1966, I'm told. I was not even a twinkle in my dad's eye at that age. Rogers Communications, providing internet and cable services for everybody in town. Fraser Way RV, providing the 2 trailers that we're using here today. The one me and Matt are sitting in announcing to you, and also the timing booth across the track. Pacific Western Fire Prevention, they're keeping the mountains safe and everybody else too by providing fire extinguishers. We appreciate them, and we wouldn't be able to be safe without that. I'd like to thank Applewood Performance. They also are one of the sponsors for that mighty video wall. Infotel Media, they have done all of our online advertising. Waste Connections of Canada, providing all the waste bins and all the stuff you see around. I'd like to thank Area 27 Motorsports Port. They actually have a booth in the infield. You got to go check it out. It's actually pretty cool. Classified Motorsports, of course, they also are one of the sponsors of the video wall. E-Wall Performance. They provide the brake pad donation for our auction on Sunday. Don't miss the auction on Sunday. There's going to be a lot of good stuff in there. ProTail Industries. They're also another sponsor of that mighty video wall. Artisan Roofing provided a F-350 on the course with the water tank in the back in case, some sparks catch something on fire. We can put that out before anything bad happens. Interstate Batteries. Without them, we wouldn't be able to run all our timing equipment. So big thanks to Interstate Batteries. High-speed communication for local internet. They've been a local internet company since 2005. Mealing Waterworks Consulting, another sponsor of our lovely video wall. Stroma Signs, providing deckling for all of our official cars. Tree of Life sponsored that delicious lunch we ate. I especially like the cheese, little bit cheese bits that were in there. Super good. Old Dutch Foods for providing the potato chips. Boost Barn Motorsports, also another sponsor of the video wall. And Vitor Performance Tires. They're going to be doing part of the charity auction as well. And then Dale Nessie Motorsports. They supply the trophies. And let me tell you, that's the main event here. This is what you're going to get. If you win, you get a trophy. And that's almost as better than cash. You can't look at cash. You can't look at cash. You're going to spend it. But a trophy, that's going to sit on your shelf. You're going to like that trophy. Alrighty, and now we're going to bring you to K96.3 and let you, And Anthony is rolling back from 3 to come back down. Bear with us. One momento.
All right, so we're back with K96.3 for a few minutes. Hey guys, just to give you an idea of what's been going on as far as times and the fastest time of the day, it's interesting. We've got a couple of Subarus that have been battling around there, you know, trying to hit FTD. Not surprising, right? Now you're going to have to take that arm pump to your chest and put it down because there's a stock Corvette that's going faster. Greg Kavoris Jr. in his stock engine, stock drivetrain Corvette has our fastest time of the day with a 153 currently. So pretty exciting. I mean, you know, the all-wheel drive Subarus are typically a dominant car here. But boy, where did this Corvette by Greg Kavoris Jr., where did that come from? A 153.566. That is our fastest time of the day so far. Now we've also got some 154, a couple of 155s. But no, Greg Petrosky right up there. A 155.9. Previously, it would have been Greg Kavoris, but he was a 155.8. But now he's done that 153. Like I say, Greg Kavoris, where is he? Andre Marziali, a 156. Greg Petrosky, a 155.9, yeah. Let's see what else. Aaron Najjar, his best run was his first timed run, a 154.5. So that's our second fastest driver of the weekend, of the day so far. So Greg Kavoris Jr., the 153. Aaron Najjar in that silver with black, Subaru WRX STI, a 154.598. Very cool. We've got an interesting battle here going between all-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive, and a four-cylinder compared to a V8. Interesting. Japanese compared to American. Got a bit of a battle. Anyway, let's go back to some music. Oh, apparently the band's going to start right away. Band is going to start right away. Sweet. And if and when we get back to running, we'll just run the cars? Yep. Okay. That is the plan. The band is going to start right now. And that, I believe, is our last car. So everybody stick around for our live music. This is The Feels.